Yeah, no. I love it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Hello, hello. Welcome. I hate to interrupt what you're doing because you're doing the right thing, and I love the energy in the room. And by the way, none of you are disappointing. I have gone around the UN General Assembly week telling everyone this is the most active, enthusiastic UN week crowd I have ever personally witnessed in the decade plus I've been coming to this. And you are not disappointing. You've all heard the term revenge travel. People are desperate to get back and travel after the lockdowns of the pandemic. I call this the Revenge UNGA. And again, you are not disappointing. Everybody wants to be here. Everyone wants to talk. Thank you for coming. I'm Raj Kumar. I'm the president and editor-in-chief of Devex. Really honored to welcome many of you back to what is day 2 of our UN General Assembly week coverage. And I'm joined on stage by Colin Lynch. Colin is our new colleague at Devex, just joined us as our senior global correspondent. I don't think you need an introduction. Everybody probably has read your scoops and insights over the many years you've been covering the UN.
Hope so.
I hope so too, and hope you'll continue reading them. He's already had a couple of incredible ones. Welcome to Devex. Welcome to this event, Colin.
All right, thanks for having me. I'm very excited about it and looking forward to our first interview with the sort of star of the show, Akim Steiner, which I'm sure you'll all be interested in hearing from, on the state of affairs in the world, which are looking fairly grim at the moment. So not a happy story, but I think you're all interested in these issues, and so we'll try and give you what we can today.
Absolutely, and we have a very jam-packed schedule, as you may have seen in the agenda. So yesterday was we call our UHC Pavilion, all things global health. Today is so many other parts of the global development community represented, from a look ahead to COP with Mahmoud Moldeen, who is the COP ambassador, helping to organize the event and think about what the narratives will be coming out of it. We have a session on Ukraine with the former Minister of Finance of Ukraine sitting over here. Welcome. Thank you for being here. And we'll be joined by a member of the Ukrainian Parliament virtually. We have a number of incredible sessions throughout the day, including on the Transforming Education Summit, which just wrapped up. And we'll talk about what some of the takeaways were there. So expect a lot out of this day, and a lot comes from all of you for your participation. Thanks for being part of it. And a lot comes from our partners. And we've had incredible partners this year at our UN week. Devex's coverage is pretty extensive. We've got a number of reporters like Colin. It would not be possible without our partners. So I want to thank them, and I hope you'll join me in thanking them. Our innovation partners this year are Accenture, the European Investment Bank, Illumina, Medtronic Labs, PIND, which is the Foundation for Partnership Initiatives in the Niger Delta. We'll be hearing about them later on today. Pfizer, OneSite, which is the Essilor-Luxottica Foundation, Visa, and USP. If you'll give a round of applause for our innovation partners, that would be fantastic. We have ecosystem partners as well: ANZ, Bechtel.org, Circle, FinDev Canada, MSD for Mothers, Pollination, the Sabin Vaccine Institute, Stop TB Partnership, and the UN World Food Program. At our receptions, Illumina and Food for the Hungry, and our supporting partner is the Micronutrient Forum. Please join me in thanking all of them as well. Again, none of this is possible without those kinds of partnerships. We greatly appreciate all of your support, all of you who are here who represent those partners. And again, there's a big, big day ahead. Anything else we should tell them before we get started?
I think you're good. I mean, I think we've got a good lineup today.
The lineup is impressive. It's going to be great. I will just say, if you want to read what Colin is writing at Devex, make sure you're subscribed to our newsletters. The Newswire is a big one to subscribe to. And if you're not yet a Devex Pro member, which is our premium subscription where we dig a little bit deeper, we have a 20% off discount during this week only. So take that opportunity to sign up. We appreciate your support for our journalism. We appreciate you being part of the development community with us. And we thank you for choosing to be here when you could be at so many other things happening this UNGA week. Welcome. Colin,
Great.
all yours.
All right, thanks. Thanks a lot, Raj. Okay, so as I mentioned, we are going to be talking in just a moment with the leader of the United Nations Development Program, Akim Steiner. I think he is going to be coming on any minute now, so we're waiting, I think, about 5 seconds. I have a number running off in front of me, so we're very excited about that. Let's see if we're coming up on the screen. Ah, here he is. Here we are. I'll get out of his way so you can see him. Sit in this seat over here. Hello, Mr. Steiner. Thank you for joining us for this event. Everybody's really looking forward to hearing from you. I'm going to start off with, for sort of general introduction. I mean, I think that we all heard the Secretary General's address to the General Assembly debate in terms of painting a picture of a world gone off the rails in a state of peril. You focus on a lot of the key issues that he is interested in, including development, poverty, sustainable development goals, all of these issues where the UN and the international community seem to not be on track. So maybe you could help me and our audience sort of paint your own picture of the kind of challenges that you're facing right now. You know, just this sense of, you know, everybody hears from every speaker at the UN how bad the situation. Is it really that bad, or do we always kind of have the sense that, you know, the world has gone off the rails? So I'll hand it over to you now, and looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch, and also congratulations on your new life with Devex. And it's a great pleasure to join you this afternoon. And I think by nature, I certainly would not consider myself a pessimist, but I think when you put COVID next to conflicts, next to crisis, next to climate change, and you then look at the immediate context of the next few months, when you see the economic signals that are on the horizon in terms of inflation, escalating debt, global recession, I think it's fair to say we have some fairly rough weather ahead of us. And in many respects, the world has already been through a very rough period. COVID, the conflicts, the number of people going hungry, record numbers of refugees and displaced persons this year since 1945. I think all of these are, in a sense, statistics, but behind them lie the extraordinary challenges of surviving in this world. And I think we all know that with rising poverty levels, we are indeed seeing more and more people really struggling to not only stay in place, but they're actually losing ground. And that was also the, let's say, the overarching message of this year's UNDP Human Development Report, that for 2 years running, and for the first time in 30 years, the Human Development Index went backwards. We have lost progress somewhere along the lines of 5 to 6 years. And I think that is the backdrop against which we are now bracing ourselves for yet another period of extreme stress and distress. So no reasons to sit back, no reasons to be cynical or give up, but certainly we have to focus on how to get through this period.
Can you give us some sense? I mean, all of the numbers in terms of contributions to efforts along climate change, the SDG targets are not being met. I mean, in a sense, are we kind of fooling ourselves about the prospects of actually achieving the goals in 2030 that the SDGs set out to achieve? And is there sort of any kind of understanding you can provide as to why that's happening? You talked a bit about sort of issues of financial challenges. And also what, is it really practical to think about specific measures that are actually going to get there? It doesn't look like we're going to get there, but maybe you could talk a bit about that.
Well, look, neither in human history nor in the history of the United Nations would the SDGs be the first time that we may not meet all the targets and indicators on a timeline. And I think, by setting ourselves ambitious targets and timelines, I think it doesn't make the goals necessarily less valid or wrong. And I would strongly argue that, particularly at this moment in time, if you ever wanted to have a live illustration of why in 2015 there was perhaps inadvertently a remarkable amount of wisdom at work in trying to identify, first of all, what I often refer to as the great global risks to the future of humanity, to development, which in some ways were then translated into goals and that is really the essence of the SDGs. They both argue very strongly for where we need to work together as a global community, and also that we need more integrated approaches. Neither of these two fundamental assumptions or priorities within the SDGs have lost in relevance. On the contrary, the pandemic has reminded us the advent of, let's say, a cost of living crisis just now on the back of the war in Ukraine with, the explosion in global markets and prices for fuel and food. It just has demonstrated yet again how interdependent we are as a human family, as nations, as economies, but also when we have a health crisis such as a pandemic. Add to that climate change, and I think if anyone needed further reminders of the fact that we are now really the first generation that is living in the era of having to live with the consequences of climate change, then I think the SDGs remain as valid, if not more valid than ever. But it's also a fact that having had a pandemic, having now found ourselves in this extraordinary economic and political turbulence that we're in, that no, the targets and indicators will be difficult to meet, at least all of them in all of the countries by 2030. But let us, for the moment, not waste time on having to rethink targets and indicators. We have a direction, we have a timeline, we have milestones. Let's continue to work towards them because they are the right direction. And that would be my simple answer to what is obviously a more complex question you have raised.
Right. I'm sure that you've been meeting all week with world leaders, with other sort of leaders in the development community, both leadership from the north, from the south. I mean, do you get some sense of the mood this year? It's the first time we've been back in full at the General Assembly, but you see that the real focus of the north, the United States, France, President Macron, Prime Minister Truss, that they have all been focused on trying to rally attention behind their effort to push back the military advances of Russia. And I'm sort of curious in terms of the priorities of the South are often quite different. And there is sort of this sense of frustration that the SDGs are not going to be met, that climate adaptation in particular, that those funds are not coming. Concerns about world hunger, about the impact that the conflict has, debt, inflation, all of these problems. And is there a sense of tension between the North and the South? And the South feels like, the US and others are focused on their own geopolitical aims and not enough on sort of the struggles that they're facing.
Well, just in the list that you cited, I think there are enough reasons to explain why I think, first of all, as an international community, we are under stress. Secondly, the geopolitical tensions, but also growing polarization and alienation, I think I would add that word as well, are clearly visible. And having said that, I would say, first of all, the fact that the UN General Assembly is meeting this September, and we have well over 160, 170 heads of state, heads of government, and all nations represented here, I think is also an expression that the world is looking for places where one can resume dialogue and where one can begin to rebuild some of the foundations and platforms we need to get out of this mess. So I think UNGA 77 is in some ways living proof of why the United Nations is needed, but that it is not some silver bullet. It is not a magic wand that you can, in a sense, just lift. And I think the speeches from virtually all representatives around the world, whether governmental, non-governmental, private sector, clearly are imploring the international community to take a step back and rethink how we move forward from here. The difficulty is, and I, for example, attended a high-level dialogue yesterday that was convened by the Secretary General and His Excellency, the President of Egypt, with member states and heads of government, heads of state. And I think clearly what is visible is a growing level of tension. There is a growing level of expectation, but also frustration about the necessity to act and yet the lack of progress, the promises made and not kept, the opportunities that are, in a sense, palpably close, but we're not able to seize them. And clearly, on the back of a pandemic, with all the fiscal distress that many countries now face, including what we in UNDP consider to be a list of 82 developing countries that are potentially facing a debt distress situation right now, there is certainly, I think, a growing sense that we are not coming together as an international community at the greatest moment of need. And that is as true in the international financial sense. We need massive injection of liquidity to avoid the kind of crises that are now on the horizon, including the global recession. But geopolitical tensions are preventing the G20 from providing leadership, and by extension also the Bretton Woods institutions, and by analogy also our political architecture, the United Nations. So I think we need to recognize that yes, in difficult times, it's sometimes easier to turn inwards. And that certainly is a first reflex of politicians, of the political debate sometimes. But this reminds me also of something extremely important. The United Nations, in the way that we know it today, began to be thought up and designed in the midst of the Second World War. It wasn't after the Second World War, it was in 1941, where wise people with extraordinary vision and a capacity to lead and bring people around the table together began to design the outlines of the Bretton Woods system and the United Nations. And frankly, we need desperately some of that wisdom and leadership right now to help us navigate our way through these multiple crises, because they're paralyzing us, on the back of which we have economic distress, we have climate change left unaddressed, growing numbers of poor people, and the prospect of war growing by the day.
Yeah, what would you say about the sort of state of multilateralism? And this is the biggest multilateral event. You have the largest congregation of governments coming together. There seems to be diminishing institutional trust among sort of general populations, not only in their own governments, but in the ability of the United Nations and its various agencies to, do a competent job of meeting the goals that they expect them to meet. And so could you maybe talk a little bit about this issue of trust and how that is playing out, and whether there's a crisis in multilateralism, a sense that all of these governments that came up together after the Second World War are just not up to the task?
Well, let me first of all pick up on this notion of trust. And again, the Human Development Report highlighted the fact that we actually have reached a point where trust in each other, whether it is our neighbor, the institutions, government, or other countries, are at extremely low levels. And that in itself is, I think, an indicator of the erosion of confidence and belief in the ability to solve things by coming together. And that is extremely worrying. Because the alternative, I think, to anybody who looks rationally at what it is we have to deal with, will very quickly show you that going it alone, withdrawing, is simply no solution. And in that sense, multilateralism is by extension equally, let's say, both an aspiration and an institutional reality that is not living up to expectations. Now, the challenge perhaps is that the United Nations was always born with an aspiration that was almost unfulfillable. I mean, the number of reasons we as human beings find to fight with each other is just extraordinary. And an institution that was meant to prevent war, to, in a sense, create the conditions for peace and peacekeeping, clearly is always going to struggle with the propensity of human beings to find reasons to become engaged in conflict with one another, the extreme form being wars. And I think yet, where else would we turn in a world of now soon 8 billion people, close to 200 nations? The United Nations still represents, in my mind, the greatest possibility to both act on the prevention mandate and to help bring conflicts to an end, including not only through peace negotiations or the deployment of UN peacekeepers, but also by investing in the prevention of violent extremism, by investing in poverty reduction, by investing also in access to electricity that allows people to not feel that they have been left behind when the rest of the world is living in the digital age and 1 billion people still don't have access to electricity. These elements all are part of a United Nations mandate of multilateralism at work. It's easy to judge us by the failures. It's more difficult perhaps to rate the counterfactual if you did not have the United Nations, if you do not have UNICEF or the World Food Programme or the WHO or the United Nations Development Programme that I had. We every day across the planet are in fact doing a great deal. But yes, in many respects, we are still not living up to the aspirations and expectations of both those who founded the UN and of the citizens who we serve today.
Let me ask you about funding. I mean, you talked about the debt crisis in the South and the developing world, about sort of issues of inflation that are placing stress on poor countries, but they're also placing enormous stress on the richest countries in the world. I mean, we have every couple of weeks the interest rates are raised by the Fed. There is a kind of retrenchment to a certain degree in terms of financing aid, concerns about whether the North has provided enough financial support in dealing with a pandemic, with the food crisis. So to what degree do you think member states are not living up to the challenge, and to what degree is this really about money and donations, and how much is it just about yours and other agencies' ability to kind of meet the challenges? I mean, is it all about money, or is it do you need to find better ways to respond to these kinds of crises, or is it just becoming too big for everyone to deal? I mean, are we reaching a point of exhaustion and limited resources, and the problems just got too big?
Let me start with your last question, which I would answer with a resounding no. I think what we do have to accept, and I think what we're all adjusting to, is that in the 21st century, with the realities around us, the challenges, the needs for transformation, our energy systems and our economies dealing with climate change, the disruptions of a pandemic, clearly the challenge of managing life, whether it is as an individual citizen or as a government or as an entrepreneur, clearly have become more complex. But we also have an extraordinary array of additional possibilities, and whether it is living in the digital age, the advent of artificial intelligence, the efficiency in the way that we can rapidly develop new medicines. I mean, there are extraordinary possibilities that, in a sense, are also part of the story of our time. So I think to make an excuse that it's all too complicated, so what's the alternative? We sit back and become spectators? No. So I think what we have to address is the more systemic issues. And I think, yes, money and financing and funding are a key issue, but it goes deeper than that. It is the way we run our economies. It's the economic paradigm with which we actually address the issues with which we can either create positive futures or indeed create problems in the future. And I think here there is an extraordinary inertia that we have been struggling with, whether it's through the lens of climate change, whether it is sometimes through the perspective of poverty eradication. We often forget that we're actually the wealthiest generation in human history. We have all the money in our global economy of hundreds of trillions in terms of wealth and savings to be able to solve the SDGs, to, in a sense, put pandemic prevention in place, even to put temporary basic incomes in place. Our difficulty is that so much of our daily economic decision-making is still driven by policies that essentially reward behavior, whether as consumers or as producers, or indeed as societies, that ultimately create more problems. We don't incentivize the shifts that are needed. And that is why I think we have to go to the core of how our economic policies and paradigms address these issues. That's why the Secretary General has called for a serious effort to go beyond GDP, not to drop GDP, as some have argued, but actually to enlarge the spectrum of criteria. And secondly, also to look at how our financial system, our financial architecture can be evolved. Because at the moment, we're investing most of our money in ways that actually do not solve problems, but create more problems. And that is a product of the system.
Okay. You're right. We're running out of time, so I just wanted to sort of follow up with one last question. Essentially, you are a steward of this money, and you and other UN agencies. And I know you've taken a lot of hits in the press in the last couple of days, both in the BBC and also in the New York Times, sort of headline in the Amazon, a UN agency as a green mission but dirty partner. So there was some question about the sort of, the fact of UNDP working with fossil fuel companies while the Secretary General is and the whole UN system is fighting against problems of global warming. How do you square that with the two missions? And is that something that perhaps in terms of, you would be rethinking the program in Colombia, or will you think that on balance it's worth pursuing?
Well, first of all, Mr. Lynch, I think whenever the media, has questions or writes articles, I think it is a good safety and precaution for any institution to be under public scrutiny. So when you say that, in the last few days, there's been a lot of media, I mean, we would perhaps have to put that in the perspective of UNDP at any given moment is a custodian of 4,500 projects. We have 22,000 staff worldwide working in 170 countries. So I would certainly not consider this to be a lot of media attention, but I think those articles raised interesting and important issues. or the program the documentary that you referred to. First of all, as the Secretary General, as we all in the leadership of the United Nations have stated time and again, sexual harassment, sexual abuse, instances where people experience these very traumatic, acts of violence really against themselves, is something that is incredibly troubling. And I think beginning with the Secretary General, but many of us, we are working as hard as we can to try and both make it extremely difficult for people to conduct themselves in that way, but at the same time to also invest in our staff and our training in the way that we create a culture in our organizations where that kind of conduct is simply not just not tolerated, it just cannot occur. And that is a journey that, as the Secretary General said, we haven't been able to complete yet. On the issue of working with fossil fuel companies and, the question of at what point do you declare a particular part of the economy an unviable partner, this is a longer discussion. The simple fact is in Colombia, there was a company that during COVID was putting resources up to help a community in a particular area to recover socioeconomically. We were asked to be a custodian for those funds, including with the support of the government. In the course of planning this, indigenous communities raised their concerns because of oil and gas exploration opposition. In reviewing that proposed project, we, as a result of that intervention, canceled our program. There was never anything implemented. So on that particular issue, I think there is a very clear set of facts, but nevertheless, there is a deeper discussion here that I think is worthy of having. And I'm certainly very conscious of some of the dilemmas that arise when we look at the future, where we want to be, and working in the economy of today, particularly of developing countries that rely on fossil fuel industries, are still a significant part of their economic and daily reality.
Great. All right. Thank you very much. We've run out of time, but we really appreciate your coming on and speaking to us. And all the best for the rest of UNGA. Hope it works out well. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welsh coming on and conducting the next interview. So I will go off stage left. Take care.
Thanks so much, Colin. We are going to carry on with the UN theme. I'm pleased to welcome to the stage with me Ambassador Cindy McCain, who is the U.S. Ambassador to the UN Agencies for Food and Agriculture. Welcome, Ambassador. Can we get another mic up here on the stage? Oh, okay. There you go. Sorry about that. Welcome.
Thank you.
It's great to see you in person.
Thank you.
Last time we spoke, we talked a lot about what the U.S. is doing to encourage other donors to step up in the midst of the food crisis. So obviously that's a big part of UNGA, is all of the behind the scenes work. What has this week been like for you? What are you telling the folks that you're meeting with to encourage them to donate to this crisis?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me today. And like all of you, I think we're in the realization now that this particular topic of food security and food availability is front and center. It's absolutely on everyone's minds. It's on the news nightly. It's in the newspapers daily. So that's a good thing. We're in a perfect storm. However, this is not going to last. So we need to strike while it's hot. My meetings, to answer your question, my meetings here have been all about how can we help, and if they were in need of help, can you help me? So it's not that countries aren't willing to help at all. It's that we need more. And I'll pick a little bit. I won't pick on them, but I'll rat them out a little bit. The Middle East could do more, quite frankly. They have not done enough, and a lot of this stuff that's occurring right now is in their backyard. So I'd like to see the Middle East step up to the plate a little more, and I'd also like to see some of our Asian countries step up a little more, also. But listen, we're in a time of crisis, and as always, the United States of America is leading the way. We are the largest donor by far to any of the UN agencies. And the folks on the ground are doing an amazing job, but we just need more.
That's always the case, isn't it? And of course, a theme, here at the Devex event, as well as just UNGA in general, is sort of this, you said it yourself, perfect storm, and this confluence of COVID, conflict.
Mhm.
It's all coming together at, obviously, not that there's an opportune time.
I'm going to add one more word to that too, and that's corruption. And those of you who have been on the ground or that you deal in these issues every day, you do know that corruption is a large part of the lack of food. In many countries, it either gets siphoned off, the money gets siphoned off, especially food and water. I'll use that also. So that's a whole. I add my other C to all of this.
And from a diplomatic perspective, I mean, what can a country like the United States to incentivize governments where perhaps corruption is unfortunately the norm to change their practices?
If I had that answer, then I'd have that huge penthouse down there. It's more in incentivizing them to do good, and also, and I'm not above using shaming them for not, and for I'll use a perfect example for this: Madagascar. I was there not long ago, and it's a terribly poor country, and especially the south, which is where I was. It has no water, it has no agricultural aspects at all in it. It's just people kind of waiting around to die, quite frankly. And I was told there was this pipeline that was this great pipeline that's going to bring water, and it is bringing water, and oh, things are all green and happy. And I didn't see any evidence of it. And so when I went back up from a meeting with the president, I asked him about this pipeline. He said, oh, this pipeline is flowing freely. We've got great water. It was a total lie. I mean, he just lied to my face about a pipeline for water. Wow. So I use that to say that there, in many cases, and I'm not trying to point out, it's just Madagascar, it's not. But we have to call them out for that. And we have to call them out for not doing the right thing, especially when we have money in the game.
And, you know, I feel like we heard it a little bit in the last conversation, you know, talk about multilateralism, the future of that. And I also think we've been hearing a lot about the U.S. diplomatic power. Obviously, during the last U.S. administration, a lot of positions were changed. Folks, I'm sure, have opinions about whether that was for the good or the bad. But what do you say to people that, you know, think the U.S. power internationally is diminished, and you know, you are no longer able to, you know, incentivize countries to give or do this or do that or whatever?
Well, I think we are well on the road back from obviously a State Department and what the activities that the government was involved in. We're well on the way back because people are beginning to listen to us more. And I'm talking about a lot of the developing countries, because that's really who I deal with. I also know that in the scheme of things as we go, that if we do, let me back up for a second. The United States gives, the amount of money the United States gives to the UN system and to particularly WFP and some of the other ones is larger than the rest of the world combined. So that tells you where we're at and what we believe in and how we act. And I will never discount any State Department worker or any field worker in any way for not doing a fabulous job, because they do. And so I think it's just been a matter of really just showing our pride again and making sure that people realize that we're back in a major way.
And do you feel like that message is being received here this week in New York?
I do. I think so. I think the president's done a remarkable job in explaining what's going on, not only explaining what's going on, but explaining the needs that we're in and the situation that we're in, especially with food and agriculture.
And, you know, you mentioned that you were traveling recently. You're obviously out in the fields quite a bit, although based in Rome. What do you hear most often from people on the ground? You know, it's obviously clear when you're there, you're representing the United States. What are people asking you for?
Humanity. They're asking for not only just food, the basic needs, food and water, but they're asking for humanity. We're in a terribly dire situation, not only in Ukraine. We cannot forget the rest of the world. I mean, Ukraine is kind of the shiny object right now because of what's going on. But we have countries right now, 4 or 5 countries, that are literally on the brink of famine. That's more than serious, it's grave. And so when I see this, and when I talk to people and when I travel, I can't look past the children's faces. And I really mean this. I'm not being sappy about it. That's what I see when I go to work in the morning and continue to work on these issues, because if we don't help, then who will? So for the United States of America, we're such a great country. We're so good at what we do and we believe in what we do. And humanity is a large part of that.
You mentioned Ukraine. The last time you and I spoke, we were on the cusp of reaching a deal to get the grain out of Ukraine. That deal, of course, was reached. We've seen several tanker ships out of Ukraine, very carefully orchestrated deal. Some of those are, of course, going to Western countries. It's a commercial enterprise. People who are paying for it are getting it, obviously. But WFP has also had ships come out. The first one went to Djibouti. We've had a ship go to Yemen as well. What is the U.S. doing to ensure that deal carries on in full force? We've obviously heard some rumblings that some players might want to blow it up.
I think there's a lot of players that'd like to blow it up, but I also know that with obviously the UN and Turkey being involved, I think we can salvage it. I really do. I hope we can, and I hope that the players that are involved in this see that for what it is. We can't, this year's bad, and I know you all know this, this year's bad for food and for agriculture. Next year is going to be devastating just because of the lack of it and the inability to plant. 70% of the agricultural fields in Ukraine are mined. So, and the equipment's mined and the silos are mined. So it makes it very difficult to plant when you can't, if you risk your life doing it.
Yeah, and there's a bit of an information, well, so many different information wars, but with Russia essentially telling countries, particularly in Africa, that it's the United States' fault, it's Western sanctions' fault, that they're going hungry. Obviously, you are countering that message. Do you think that's effective? I mean, are countries understanding what the U.S. is saying?
Countries are understanding what we're saying, but let me say this Russian misinformation that's being passed around is dangerous because I'm seeing some softening on some of our major friends also on this issue. As we all know, it is not our fault. The sanctions, didn't happen because of sanctions or anything else. The easiest way to fix this is for the Russians to pull out, bottom line. So there isn't a way, any other way, and anyone that tries to tell us, meaning us, the United States, that it's somehow our fault or anything else, we just push back hard, and we'll continue to do that.
All right, now I am pleased to welcome to the stage to join us. We're going to have a bit of a progressive panel situation happening here. Alvaro Lario, who is the incoming president of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, one of the Rome-based agencies to which Ambassador McCain liaises in Rome. And so we're going to shift the conversation now a little bit to, talking about the role that the U.S. plays in Rome with the RBA. So welcome to the stage, Alvaro.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be today with all of you. Well, I would say that my pleasure is also to have Ambassador McCain in Rome. I mean, she has been really fantastic in putting all the issues related to food on the table to make Rome the food hub, I would say. Obviously, we have the 3 UN agencies, but then since she's on board, she clearly has also brought that to the next level. And what I really appreciate is that we are also discussing not only the short-term response and the humanitarian response, but actually there has been an emphasis also on the medium term. So if we do not want to drift from crisis, to have to pay up once more in 5 years, the same type of crisis, what we actually need to change is how food systems are actually funded, how food systems are actually established. So that has been a message that we have really appreciated. In addition to that, I would say the US leadership in terms of the financial response and also in the coordination, also US Treasury through their IFI action plan, which we have also been part. So I would say not only from the funding side, but also from the thought leadership side.
And I love that you brought in sort of the longer term resilience building. We obviously just were talking about your time in the field, lots of emergencies happening right now. But talk a little bit about, Ambassador McCain, how you are working with the organizations in Rome to not forget about everything else that's going on right now.
Yes, that has been, as I mentioned earlier, that's one of our key points that we make, and certainly we have this great voice over here shouting it loud and clear, but we cannot forget the rest of the world. As I mentioned, the other countries are on the brink of famine. We have to continue to keep our eye on the ball, and that is obviously short-term emergency, as was stated, but our long-term, medium and long-term goals as well to keep sustainable food flowing.
Did you want to add something to that?
Well, that I'm an optimist. I mean, I think in development you have to be an optimist. So what I'm seeing at least this week is that awareness, the awareness that actually food security in many cases, and indeed in my meetings with some heads of state, African heads of state, it's becoming a national security issue. Actually, the self-reliance, the need of looking at local production, both of food, fertilizers. We're talking about how to get fertilizers out right now, but what is not as known is that actually there's a lot of fertilizers that are being produced in Africa. What happens? Most of them, more than 80%, are being exported. So it needs to be also, we have to think about the whole architecture. How does it work? How can we focus on local production, both of food as well as fertilizers?
And Ambassador McCain, we talked about the messages you're hearing when you're traveling. What messages are you hearing from EFAD, from WFP, from FAO in Rome in terms of what they need to be responding to not only the crisis, but doing the resilience building work?
Well, the three agencies and our office there as well, we work very closely together on all of these issues and coordinate, I think, rather well together. But with that said, we always need more money. I mean, that's bottom line. I know EFAD does and the rest of the other agencies as well. And also, we need to remind people, you raise a really good point about it's a national security item. It is definitely a national security item when it comes to the United States. We have migrants coming across the southern border. They're not doing anything wrong. They're hungry, and they need a better life. So it is a national security issue when we can't seem to fix that as well. And so I feel very strongly about that, and we've managed to raise that at many of our defense conferences lately as well.
And why do you think it's so hard for that message to get through in the U.S.? You know, that's been an argument that's made on the Hill, particularly with the Republican Party. Sometimes there are folks that are skeptical of development aid, of the humanitarian budget, and the national security argument can break through, but it doesn't always.
Well, I mean, I've been, I describe myself as a heinous chihuahua, because all I do is bark and bite, and finally they to get me off their heels, they'll listen to me and then leave the room. So at least I get the message out. But it's really important that we continue on this message. We continue, even the naysayers on the Hill. We have to continue with this because it does affect the middle states. It does affect both borders, obviously, and it affects us internationally because of the lack of food and our inability. And we're going to get caught up in this a little bit too. So it's everybody's issue, and so our job, and my job particularly in the United States, is to make sure people keep hearing that and understand it.
And Alvaro, from the more international perspective, do you feel like that's something? You mentioned African countries are starting to see it as a national security issue, but what about other Western countries, other donor countries?
So I would say that there's a focus right now on looking at the entire food system approach. So it's very clear that there are links to the degradation of nature we're seeing. There are links to the climate shocks that actually we're seeing. There's a link to the healthy diets. In our case, we focus very much on the small-scale producers, last 10 mile, the rural poor, which actually 80% of them live in rural areas. And what we are really seeing there is a lot of inequality, and that they are also not getting the fair share value of the entire value chain. So also that's linked to decent living wages. So there's a number of issues that go beyond local production.
I also wanted to ask about the UN Food System Summit. We're now a year out from that event that was held mostly virtually, unfortunately, last year here in New York. And sort of mixed reviews on the outcomes from that. Obviously, no one at that time a year ago saw the war in Ukraine coming, just like we didn't see COVID coming. Obviously, this is sort of becoming the pattern. We just have crisis after crisis. So, how, first of all, your reflections on that event, but also how you take the relationships that were created there and build an infrastructure that can quickly respond to these crises. Alvaro, we'll go to you first on that one.
So I would say there's a good coalition of doers that are willing, and there's a number of platforms. The most positive side that I believe reflecting that was the outcome, because I would say we have the institutions, we know what needs to be done. Sometimes it's just the political will, or it's also the financing. But I think the most positive side from us and how to coordinate is that now we speak a common language. So the common language is the national pathways. It's very clear that many of these countries, at least in our country programs and other institutions, when we want to coordinate, we need to make sure that we cater to the needs of the countries. And this is done through a policy dialogue, but at the country level, so that we all speak the same language, where it's WHO, WFP, ourselves. When we speak to the countries, we see how can we actually add to their national pathways. I think that's one of the positive side. We do it in our country programs, and we need to include the people, because actually those are the ones who know the needs. In our case, we work with the farmers organizations. We really make sure that they're being listened at, that in the design and the national pathways, we are catering to their needs, the ones who actually know it.
And Ambassador McCain, from your perspective in Rome, how are you working with the agencies to advance the work of the UN Food System Summit?
Well, primarily we encourage them to, if possible, work together on these issues, share information. Data is very important, and also breaking down the silos, and that it's not always, EFAD is not, I'm not including EFAD in that at all, but I am going to include some of the other agencies in that. We need to break down the silos and work in a better way together, because in many cases, I've seen it, you probably have seen it too, there's a lot of duplication where we could actually do more with less and be able to spread it out a little more. So that's where I would do it.
And I think in this moment of crisis too, everyone can kind of panic and forget to coordinate, but you do have, 3 separate agencies that do have 3 separate mandates. So, how do you ensure everyone stays in their lane?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's when let's start with Ukraine, okay? It's an emergency situation, a little bit different than the sustainable, the long-term things, but it's an emergency situation. They should be coordinated, and they should be talking to each other, so that it, again, it's not duplicated, and there can be more of it too, because each part, FAO has an emergency response portion to it. So perhaps it just makes better sense to me, and it makes better, I think it's better use of our dollar too.
Yeah, that's important. Alvaro?
Yeah, so I think we do really need to coordinate well in terms of the policy. Obviously, the mandates, one is emergency, the other one is normative, the other one is more on the investment, ours is on the investment side. But I think on the policy side, we need to make sure that we work actually with the countries. And sometimes there's opportunities to work together. I think Ambassador McCain was in Guatemala and Honduras, and there we have a program of school meals where actually the 3 of us work together with local production. It's working very well. Those are the projects that we need to escalate to make sure that we can also work in other parts of the world.
All righty. Well, thank you so much, Ambassador McCain. Thanks for participating in our interview and this progressive panel. Ambassador McCain is now going to leave us, and I'm going to carry on our conversation with Alvaro. So you are here at UNGA representing EFAD, although you are not yet the president. You are the president-elect, I believe, October 1st, yes?
That's correct.
All right. Tell us a little bit about your priorities for the agency. As we've already heard, moment of crisis, tons of things going on. You're stepping into a really important role. What are you focusing on first?
So I would say my first focus is impact. And when we talk about impact, we really need to quantify, to measure, and to make sure that we know what we are talking about. For us, it's important not just to do single projects, but actually to transform the communities with whom we work. We just finalized our impact assessment, which we do over 15% of our projects. And we have shown that we have impacted the lives of 77 million of people, raising their income by at least 10%, people who are many times on the brink of poverty. 64 million people have better access to market. 38 million people have increased their resilience by at least 20% through surveys we do ex post and ex ante. That's an impact. And I think we need to quantify and make sure that we know what we are talking about. The second priority is obviously mobilizing finance. We became the first UN fund to actually get a credit rating. And that has enabled us, for example, this June to actually mobilize money from Japanese pension funds, Swedish pension funds, but that's not enough. We need to continue thinking on ways of innovatively creating structures, financing mechanisms, platforms to attract that money. Climate adaptation is a big priority. For example, we have been increasing our pipeline with the Green Climate Fund. Many of the last projects have been really catering to small-scale producers through IFAD, and I think that's also very important, how to mobilize funds. And on the third part of mobilizing funds, I'm being very frank, we are seeing that there was, for example, on the African continent, the Malabo Declaration in 2014, whereby all of the countries committed to invest 10% of their GDP in agriculture. That has not happened. There has been one who is close, all of the rest not. And not only on the African continent, I will see it on many others. Indeed, agriculture is 2 to 3 times more effective in order to reduce and tackle poverty. So it's a sector that actually can reduce poverty, and in many cases, it's a source of jobs. So I think mobilizing money is the second one. And first and third, I would say, even though we work in rural areas, we cater especially to small-scale producers, what we're seeing is that before there was a conversation on climate and there was a conversation on food. Now they have totally converged. The climate-food nexus is extremely clear. When I talk to many of the heads of state recently, they are asking us for climate adaptation financing. And when we talk about climate adaptation financing, once more, it seems a big name. Well, let me tell you what that means in rural areas and for agriculture. So it can be something very simple, planting trees in order to create shades for cocoa, coffee crops. It can be something much more complicated, conserving or restoring wetlands in order to conserve soil, water, and that increases yields massively. So yeah, there's a number, I think, of important priorities.
No, nothing going on. You mentioned a couple of things that I want to dig into further. The first is the financing piece, of course. I wrote about the bond issuances that happened a couple of months ago. Talk a little bit more about why that was necessary for the fund. Why are you dipping into that new kind of financing?
So I think we need to evolve to the modern times. We're listening to Mr. Steiner, and I think we need to really make sure that we create the platforms and the mechanisms that we don't only talk about them. So IFAD for 40 years was lending mainly, and we do concessional loans, grants, mostly to low-income countries, and we do it through public loans, but that clearly is not enough nowadays. So we have been starting also a private sector window. We have been financing projects. We need to make sure that now we are mainstreaming it and also using it with our public sector loans. We already do a lot with the private sector, public-private partnerships. We call them 4Ps, public-private producer partnerships. But we need to make sure that we are creating new mechanisms. It's not enough to work like we were working 40 years ago. So I think connecting the global savings, my background is also a financial background. I think it's very important that we manage to connect the big trillions, the billions that we're discussing into this type of development.
And do you expect more bond issuances to be coming in the near future? I mean, how big of the portfolio do you anticipate that will become?
So currently we're expecting approximately 1.2 billion every cycle. So yeah, I think it's not going to be a one-off
cycle.
3 years. So 400 million per year. And when we were talking before about debt, then we talk about the challenges that actually debt, because what we're seeing is that many of the low-income countries, 60% of them are in high debt distress. That means that they cannot take any more loans, even if they are extremely concessional loans. The loans they take from us can be 0.75%, 1%, 1.5%. when they go to the markets or access bilateral loans from, let's say, from different parts of the world, you can imagine that we could be talking about 8-10% interest rate. So that makes a huge difference. But they have such amounts of debt that currently they cannot get more debt. So there's a conundrum there that we were discussing that links to the global financial architecture that might need to be rediscussed. We're talking about debt relief. There's many things that we might need to put on the table. SDR, I don't know how familiar you are with the IMF rechanneling. That has not worked yet. We would like it to go also to food security, not only health and climate. We think there's a crisis in food security. We urge also to look at possibilities of rechanneling SDR into food security, but we need more money. We're talking in the case of climate adaptation about 300 billion for developing economies per year by 2050. These are massive amounts. We need to be creative. We have done it in the past. We need to do it now.
And are those direct conversations you're having with the IMF?
We have, yeah. We started some time ago. Obviously, Kristalina has been doing a fantastic job pushing many times. It's also for the donor countries, for the member countries also to perhaps see how we can make it happen.
We'll stay tuned on that. I also want to talk about the climate piece. We've got just a couple of minutes left. You mentioned that, of course, as one of your big priorities, and I think you are right. I think that is one of the pros that came out of the UN Food Systems Summit, as we were talking about, is this relationship between the two sectors and understanding one is not going to succeed in their agenda without the other. Lots happening around COP this year, recognition of agriculture formally on the agenda. Tell us about how you want to push this forward.
So I think we need to find ways to finance it first, and also because what I'm listening from the recipients for the heads of state ministers is that they are suffering more and more. We need to find ways where it's through water capture, drop the resiliency, it's giving small loans to farmers to actually be able to adapt irrigation systems. We need to find ways to actually for them to adapt. And when we talk about climate adaptation, it's actually to really continue with their living, not to lose their assets, not to lose the biodiversity. So we need to make sure that we are enabling them to finance and to have a living, and to have a decent living, because otherwise, I mean, the consequence, and I was speaking to the president of Niger, is they have right now, most of their population, they don't even count it under 18, they count it under 15. So imagine if we do not create opportunities for those people, what's going to happen? Not very difficult. Migration, many times it's not even to Europe, to the neighboring countries, terrorism. So there's not much that we have as an option. I mean, we really need to invest.
And will IFAD be engaging directly at COP?
Yeah, we will be present. We welcome you. And indeed, we will be working also with the government in Egypt. They have named us as the lead in the food pillar. And currently we are mobilizing a number of billions that we will be announcing to make sure. And part of it obviously will be also linked to climate adaptation, which is becoming more and more key, at least for the rural poor.
And on the climate adaptation piece, obviously that looks different in different regions of the world, and we've heard this morning about what's happening in Pakistan, and that's, we can add another thing to the list of something no one was expecting, and now all of a sudden we are responding to. What are some parts of the world that concern you particularly when it comes to climate adaptation that are really, really tough to solve?
So I would say climate change is a global phenomenon, but the impact is very much local. For example, you were mentioning the Pakistan floods. The first consequence is that the neighboring countries have started with restrictions on exports and bans, for example, on rice. And that means that being Pakistan the fourth rice producer, it has consequences then on other parts also of Africa. So it has a spillover effect in all of the neighboring countries. So clearly that's one of the issues. But we have seen extreme situations this last year in Somalia has been horrible, and we have seen also the migration associated, the Horn of Africa. So this is not a one-off. I mean, this is going to continue. It's affecting us also in the developed world, but obviously we have other mechanisms to cope, both with the food as well with the weather. Many of these populations are in the brink of poverty, so this just makes them fall into poverty.
Alrighty. Well, we are at time. Alvaro, thank you so much for joining us. It was such a privilege to be able to speak with you as you are embarking on this new role. Obviously, very important. Lots on your agenda, lots on the plate for sure. We'll be continuing to follow this at Devex. I'd love for you all to subscribe to our food systems newsletter, Devex Dish, which I write, where we will be continuing all of these conversations. Thanks so much, Alvaro.
Thank you very much.
You, Dr. Lario and Ambassador McCain, who I think has left. I'd like to bring on to stage Beth Herbitz, who is Senior Vice President of Global Social Impact at Visa. So please join me, Beth. So we're changing the, it's a little bit of a different theme, but I think it's still highly related to what we were just talking about, which is, the global food crisis. And of course, this topic, which we're talking about, which is digital financial inclusion and equity, is closely related to that, and farmer livelihoods and everything related there. So I wanted to, well, first off, how are you, Beth?
I'm great. How's everybody doing? It's kind of like the lull. Everyone good?
So
Excellent.
So we're very excited because right now we're the culminating parts, not the end, but the culminating parts of a months-long partnership with Visa. And probably about 20 minutes ago, everyone who is here, if you were registered for the event, if you weren't, we'll still get it to you somehow. But you should have in your email a new report. It's a special report that we did with Visa, looking at exactly the title you're seeing in front of you, Bridging the Divide, Skills for Digital Financial Equity and Inclusion. We looked at, what are the things that we need to do as a community to bring these skills and to bring these benefits to people around the world. And one of the things I've really liked about our partnership is it wasn't about what Devex could do or thinks we should do. It wasn't about even what Visa thinks we should do. It was about what the experts think we should do. So we spoke with about 1,000 experts around the world who gave us their opinions on how to best bring the skills and techniques and everything to allow for this. And then we also spoke with about 30 through in-depth interviews, and we did some workshops, one workshop to be accurate, but about 30 people who really spent a lot of their time to really help us out to get to the answers. And they did not get a free Visa gift card, as far as I know. So I think we're okay on that. But yeah, so we want to just talk a little bit about that. Look at your report. I know no one's looking at their phones now, obviously, because it was such a great program. But when you do look at your phone, please do have a look at the report on your computer, whatever it might be. But Beth, before I've talked a lot here, so I want to turn things over to you for a second, and just ask sort of what is it about, why this report, why this partnership, why this issue for you guys at Visa?
Thank you. And I'm very excited that the report is out. I hope all of you guys enjoy it and about our partnership together. So thank you. But as you know, Alan, the world has changed. The pandemic has, accelerated the rate of digitization exponentially, and it's changed all our lives, right? We do everything online. We work online. We go to school online. We do commerce online. We do money movement online. And so the ability to connect digitally is just incredibly important to our everyday lives, to the ability to be resilient about all of the bumps that are going to come in the road, and also to be able to build that long-term financial well-being. And so, and the waves of this digitization are only coming, and they're coming quicker. And so any community that's left behind now, if they're not lifted up now, they'll just become further and further and further behind. And we know we have lots of data that both individuals and small and micro businesses who were digitally equipped fared the pandemic so much better than those that did not. And actually, one of the things that came out of the report was that people who do have access to a formal digital economy have better opportunities to earn, to save, to borrow, to receive support, especially emergency support, and to insure themselves against those shocks. There's been a lot of progress. For those of you who've seen the new FinDex, 76% of adults around the world have a financial instrument, a bank account or a credit card or wherever. But it's still not enough, right? It used to be that we said, okay, we're going to get these financial instruments in people's hands, especially those who need them, and they're going to use them, and they're part of the formal economy. Great. Just not enough anymore. And so, the question really becomes, there's still 1.4 billion people who are unbanked, but that's not the end of the story. And we believe that to achieve financial well-being, you really need to have full participation in the digital economy. How do we get there? And so we wanted to get the information and we wanted to get the input from, as Alan said, this amazing community of development experts that are out there. And so we did this survey. And what did the survey say? You're all going to read it, I know. But what did it say? It said that you all agree. 95% agree that digital finance has the potential to advance socioeconomic inclusion and equity. Great. And 2/3 of the respondents said that their communities are creating and enhancing their livelihoods through the digital economy. Great. But only 14% say their target communities have enjoyed a big increase in income due to participation in the digital economy. So what does that mean? It means that the benefits are not being fully utilized. And we have a lot of opportunity to get this right. And we really want to work with all of you to be able to delve into the report, look at sort of the 5 major outcomes and 3 kind of focus areas as a blueprint, but then work all together to come up with more and more innovative ways that we can partner to get at full participation in the digital economy.
Great, thanks, Beth. Let's get back to those numbers in a second.
Mm-hmm.
But for now, I want to read actually the 5 key findings here, just so that everyone has a bit of a background. I've got an old-fashioned hard copy of the report here, but I'm going to read it off here so I don't get it wrong. But the 5 key findings that these 1,100 some odd people came up with is number 1, to look beyond infrastructure and access. So basically, yes, you need the phones, you need connectivity, but we need more than that. Number 2, digital financial skills are the missing piece of the puzzle, something basically not focusing enough on the skills part. Number 3, that skills are important, but also trust is important, and building trust with local providers or whatever it might be. Number 4, community networks. Obviously, that helps build with trust. And then number 5 is partnerships, meaningful partnerships, not just saying that you're working together, but actually working together and doing the right things. So back to those numbers, which I find pretty stark. It's hopeful, and it's always good to look glass half full, right? We have 86%, I think you said 14%. So 86%, we can do better, right? 86% of the people do not think that they're seeing big incomes, but 95% of the people think we can. So I think it shows that there's a lot that we can do. So what are you doing at Visa, or what do you think you can do at Visa to really take these findings? And not only you at Visa, by the way, everyone in this room, what do you think we can all do, maybe using Visa as an example, to make this improve?
No, I appreciate that. Some of the things I took away from the report were key ones that you brought up. One, that digital and financial education are absolutely critical. That trust and financial inclusion, you can't do it without it. And then partnerships. From a partnership perspective, and innovative partnerships, different ways of thinking about partnerships are absolutely critical. No one can do this alone. So at Visa, we're a network of networks. That's what we do. We don't do anything alone. We do everything through partners. We have partnerships with all the financial institutions and with governments and with fintechs and with merchants, et cetera, to bring digital commerce and digital payments to everyone around the world. And actually, in the report, it says that one of the top innovations that facilitates greater participation in the digital economy and enhances livelihood is digital and mobile payments. But we do realize that one size does not fit all, as I know all of you agree with. And we really have to meet people where they are. So at Visa, we're really focused at enabling those who already have those trusted relationships, who are already out there, many of you who are already out there locally having those trusted relationships and figuring out that bundle of value that you need to meet those customers' needs or those community needs. And so let me just give you an example or two. One of them is in the report. In Ecuador, Peru, and Venezuela, we're partnering with WOCU, which is the World Council of Credit Unions, and USAID to be able to, again, get those people who have that trusted relationship, which are the credit unions, the information and the ability to be able to bring digital and financial skills to both local entrepreneurs and migrants to meet that community's needs locally. Similarly, in the US, we just announced earlier this year a partnership to be able to work with the MDIs. It's called MDI, or Minority Depository Institution Accelerate. And that is bringing access and opportunities to communities of color. And again, what we're doing is, Visa has committed up to $100 million of deposits into these MDIs to catalyze lending to these communities of color. We're also doing insights and financial and digital education, et cetera, that bundle of value to those people who have that trusted relationship already. So the collaboration and the partnership that I'm talking about really enables us to get learnings to be able to figure out what we can do and what works to be able to get, scale, to have that greater impact and resiliency, which is also in the report. And so, our challenge to everyone, what's our challenge to everyone? Our challenge to everyone in the room is to open those dialogues, figure out those innovative partnerships that are going to get at that opportunity for full participation in a digital economy. And we all want to work with you to make that happen so that truly no one is left behind.
Fantastic. That's fantastic. I forgot to bring the mic up. So I will just sort of summarize what those sort of three. So I mentioned the 5 key findings, but sort of the 3 action steps forward that these people want, which you went over all of them, but just to summarize them, basically looking at new partnership models, innovation for scale, and if I could read my own handwriting, I would say the other word. But then third one is user-centric programming. And I hope that everyone does have a look at the report. Does see it's pretty easy read. It's about 20 pages. And feel free to share it with your networks. We'd love it if you post on social, all of that. But I want to thank you, Beth, for everything. And is there anything you wanted to add to this? Any last? We have 28 seconds left if you want to use that 28 seconds.
20 seconds. I would say again, we have to come up with new ways of doing this. What we've done has made significant, meaning everybody in this room together, to be able to get at that full participation in the digital economy. And so thank you for your partnership. And, again, we want to delve deeper into what the report says to come up with some of those innovative partnerships. And thank you to Devex for our relationship and for our partnership. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I will say that even though Beth and I are up here on stage right now, the Devex and Visa teams are responsible for 99% of everything here. So thank you to them as well. So thank you, Beth. I want to we can step off here. I just want I want to reintroduce to Kate Warren, who you all know is our executive vice president and executive editor, and I'll pass the stage. Thank you again.
To talk about LGBTQI inclusion and development, I'm very happy to welcome Victor Madrigal-Borlos, who is the UN independent expert on protection against violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. Come on, Victor, sorry, it's a little mouthful.
Very long.
Well, I think your title really explains it all, right? And that people who identify as LGBTQI experience violence and discrimination. You are not the first UN independent expert in this role, but you are one of the first. It is a newer position. Could you talk a bit about why this was created and what that signifies and how the UN sees protecting LGBTQI people, particularly as an integral part of achieving the SDGs?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And thank you, Kate, and to Devex for having me here today. It's a great opportunity to have a conversation. This mandate was created by the Human Rights Council of the United Nations in 2016. And it was created as a result of a significant amount of evidence being placed in front of the member states to the effect that people that identify as LGBT or are perceived to be LGBT experience significant levels of violence and discrimination because of that factor. And so the creation of the mandate, which was not easy, it actually fractured the opinion of the member states pretty much in two camps, one that supported vigorously and another that actually suggested that the mandate was being created to promote same-sex marriage or to recruit people into homosexuality, eventually led to the creation of the mandate by the Human Rights Council. And to me, what that signifies is the idea that no analysis of violence, discrimination, and exclusion is complete unless you take into account that particular factor at the base of violence and exclusion. And this has led, I'm the independent expert since 1st of January of 2018, and it has led to a number of academic inquiries of research projects where I've received thousands of inputs from around the world in relation to the way in which this discrimination actually manifests itself, excluding people from sectors that are key to the achievement of sustainable development goals: housing, education, employment, health, political participation, and other realms of life. Eventually, this body of evidence has led me to the conviction that unless violence and discrimination based on SOGI, or sexual orientation and gender identity, is acknowledged and addressed, we will not be able to know to the extent in which we are being short in complying the SDGs.
So the UN, as you mentioned, even in getting this position established, there's varying laws or cultural views on sexual orientation, gender identity. It can be a hotly political stance to take. And when the UN tries to avoid getting into very hotly political debate. So what is that like for you? And how do you go into countries and try to convince them that this is important given that context?
Well, I think that there's three angles to that conversation. The first one is, this is a hot political issue because criminalization still exists. So as of today, 67 countries still criminalize homosexuality or some sort of same-sex intimacy. 10 of them have the death penalty in the books and 5 implemented regularly. That means that as of today, 1 of every 4 persons in the planet is living in environments that criminalize sexual orientation and gender identity or some forms thereof. Clearly, this is not an easy issue to untangle, particularly because a lot of these laws are the result of colonial processes that allowed the entrenchment of structures of power in colonial states, and dismantling that structure actually takes a significant political leadership that we are not seeing in many of these countries. Secondly, LGBT issues are easily politicized. They are used to galvanize political bases in a way that it's very effective and that yields significant political profit. In my lifetime, I have stopped counting the number of political campaigns that are waged on same-sex marriage in countries where hunger and conflict are significant concerns, and yet the whole political campaign is waged on same-sex marriage. Today, we see the same politicization in relation to gender identity and the very existence of trans women, where we know that it's a major part of the political narrative in many countries on the global West, although that we know that it's a relatively marginal issue in social terms.
Yeah, and yesterday we had our UHC pavilion. We actually had a discussion on monkeypox and how its association as being more prevalent in men who have sex with men. Obviously with AIDS, we saw that too. And in a context where it is criminal too, it really shuts people out of getting treatment and healthcare. And next year we have another high-level meeting on UHC. What would you like to see be on the agenda in recognizing this, and what do you hope to come out of that as it relates to supporting LGBTQI rights?
Absolutely. Well, I think the point is, in environments of negation, where there is the idea that just erasing that factor, it's absolutely impossible to get worthwhile data to produce good public policy in relation to health. You've given the example of monkeypox. The most recent statistics speak of 98% of cases being in the population of men that have sex with men. Clearly, this is not going to be an easy disclosure to do in environments that criminalize, because this is tantamount to self-incrimination in many cases. We saw that with the HIV/AIDS pandemic, where some of these issues were circumvented by exactly the use of identities that are not political in nature. But still, I think the stigma remains there. And it makes, it basically brings us to the conviction that data has no integrity. Because how do you ask people about their housing situation where you cannot ask them who they live with, given that this is, again, criminalized? How do you ask about sexual behavior when this is criminalized? And there you see the whole aspect. I think that the ideal of good public policy requires that this not be erased as a factor in the understanding of the well-being of the population. The Human Rights Council, my mandate, we're working very hard on placing evidence before states about the enormous consequences that this produces in populations and communities, in which case, just to give an example, the life expectancy of a trans woman in Latin America is of 35 years of age. Let that sink in for a second. A woman of 25 years, a trans woman in Latin America, is entering her old age. That is extraordinary, and it is part of the fundamental responsibility of leaving no one behind.
And speaking of data, you are about to give a report, I think, next month to the GA on how LGBTQ people are disproportionately impacted in conflict. Seeing a lot of conflict around the world. We're following this session, we'll be talking about the conflict in Ukraine. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that report will say and how you are going to use that data to drive home the point of how important this is?
Well, the inquiry was based on testimonies that I've received around the globe by people affected by conflict, which led me to the working theory that eventually was verified, in the sense that there is a weaponization of sexual orientation and gender identity during armed conflict. That the perceived vulnerabilities of lesbian women or gay men, bisexual persons, trans persons are utilized by the parties in conflict to actually effect certain forms of violence that are effective in the sense of silencing populations and communities, for example, particularly populations and communities that have strong networks of dissent because they have built them over their resilience out of realities such as being cast away from your biological family. That's one aspect. And the other aspect is the invisible yet particular and differentiated impact of armed conflict in LGBT populations, which we see in cases, for example, in Ukraine, where trans women were not able to leave the country because their documents still represent them and misgender them as males, and therefore they were not able to leave the country. Or the fact that LGBT people are systematically excluded from shelters, resulting in a situation where in Ukraine, there are only 16 beds available for LGBT people that are forcibly displaced at the moment. And that gives you an idea of the way in which armed conflict and violence by prejudice affects in a way that it's not yet very well researched and where the evidence base is not yet available to create also preparedness in these fields.
So many people in the audience today represent NGOs, civil society, other international organizations, private sector. What do you think they should do to incorporate this more into their work? It impacts pretty much any program that somebody's probably working on. This impacts it. So what advice would you give to them?
Well, I have crafted my guidelines for inclusion in relation to SDG were crafted during the COVID-19 response and recovery. And then I elevated them to guidelines in relation to SDG furtherance. And they are the ASPIRE guidelines. And ASPIRE is an acronym that reflects 6 words that, in my view, are the key. Acknowledge the existence of LGBT persons, and that is at the political level in states, but also within structures. Support LGBT-led and LGBT-serving organizations. Protect LGBT persons from violence and discrimination. Adopt intersectional approaches. Nobody defines themselves just as being gay or lesbian. We all come to our realities of privilege or discrimination with a certain socioeconomic status, a certain race, a certain migratory status, and that needs to be acknowledged. Representation is key. We see a lot of integration of urban gay white males to C-suites, but that is not extending to lesbian women, and that is not extended to trans and gender diverse persons. So how do we extend that inclusion to include different populations? And finally, evidence-based approaches. Everything in this field will go wrong if we continue, and governments, private entities, and organizations continue operating on the basis of prejudice rather than cold hard evidence.
All right. Well, thank you. That is a great note to end on, Victor. Appreciate it. Encourage you all to look that up. Aspire. Thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Discussion. Thanks so much for that. I think it's been incredible to see how we've jumped from the global food crisis to digital inclusion to LGBTQ inclusion, but also to see that all of these things are deeply interlinked. And it may be that there's no case in which that's more evident than what we're about to talk about, which is the crisis in Ukraine, with reverberations across the world. I'm Michael Igo, senior reporter at Devex. I'm really honored to welcome up to the stage some fantastic speakers who are going to dive into this topic, which is dominating the headlines here at UNGA. And that's Natalie Juresko, the former Minister of Finance of Ukraine, and Nate Schenken, a Senior Director of Research at Freedom House. Thank you both for being here. We also have joining us from Ukraine, Minister of Parliament, Yulia Clemenco, and I'm so delighted that there you are on the screen. Yulia, thanks for being here. It's just absolutely wonderful to have your participation today.
Hello, Prof. Kiev.
And we're going to start with you, Yulia, to bring us to whatever extent you're able to the situation that you're facing today. Many of us here are doing our very best to keep up to date with the headlines that are changing on a daily basis. The situation in your country, as I said, has really been the dominating issue of this UNGA week. Can you just help us understand what it's like to be working in the government right now and what you're dedicating your time and attention to?
Hi, it's so good to be with you, and thanks for hosting me and on behalf of my country. Actually, I'm in Kiev all the whole time of invasion and occupation. I never left Kiev, maybe sometimes for the regions in Ukraine, but I've never left, even understanding that it could be occupied any time. So. We have today. We have 211th day of full-scale war, invasion of Russia, and despite that, Putin said that they will took Kiev and Ukraine in 2 days. Today we have 211th day, and still Putin cannot even occupy 20% of Ukraine. It's less than 20%, and we are successfully pushing out Russian forces, armed forces from Ukraine. Yes, it's difficult, but I can tell you that I'm proud of my country, and I'm really, see strong strong and brave, and the largest army in our continent, Ukrainian army, and the 40 million of Ukrainians who are helping every day our army, and even Ukrainians, donated money and bought satellites to see Russians in details more clearly. Actually, we are fighting. We will fight for our independence and for our country and families. Despite this Russian propaganda, disinformation that Ukraine is a failed state and we should be under the Russian protection, this is not true. And Ukraine actually now is probably the strongest and the bravest nation, and we operates in the parliament, in the government, in the local authorities, as well as healthcare and education from day one of the full-scale invasion, which happened 24th of February 2022. So all our financial services, including Visa, because I saw a previous panel, all public services, including social payments, pensions, all healthcare services, and also education for all our over 6 million kids, online and offline, provided from the day one of the full-scale invasion. So yes, we have war, but we are a country which operates, and we have also even started and already presented recovery plan, despite the war still ongoing. We have this plan, and we presented it in Switzerland in summer. It consists of over 500 projects, and these projects, the amount of total cost of these projects approximately, and total cost of reconstruction we needed, it's $600 billion dollars, and I think it will be even more when we will see they occupied all territories, and we clearly for ourselves as a country and as a politicians understand that these projects and the new reconstruction of the country should be first of all creating a lot of jobs, a number of jobs for Ukrainians who is coming back from Europe, from any other countries where they had to flee. Also, it should be growth of GDP, and also it should be definitely based on energy efficiently, new technologies, and the Green Deal, which we already signed before the war. So I'm in Kiev, my family in Kiev, my husband were helping army, my kids going to French school in Kiev, my youngest kids, because I have also kids in the university. So we are here. We are not gonna leave the country, and we will fight till the victory.
Thank you. Natalie, let me turn to you. I know this is an old colleague of yours, and I'm sure that's powerful to hear. You also have prior experience managing an economy through a period of war and crisis, really an extension or previous installment of this same war. Help us understand the scale of the challenge that Ukraine is facing right now in terms of keeping that economy afloat and sustaining the types of services that Yulia is talking about here today.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Yulia, for inspiring us all. When I was minister in 2014 and Russia had just invaded and occupied Crimea and then Donbass, we saw a decline in GDP of about 10%. It was terribly painful. The banking system had been poorly regulated and began to fall apart. The currency devalued some 50% because it had previously been held to a fixed exchange rate by the outgoing regime. And we had just come out of the Maidan, the Revolution of Dignity. And so the country was under enormous pressure. We didn't have a military. The previous regime had destroyed the military. And so we had many volunteers going to try and defend. And everything needed to be turned around. We needed to not only kind of build from the ground up, regulate the banking system, shutting half of them down, in fact, about 150 banks got shut down in that next year, strengthen the currency, build international reserves, build a program to bring the economy back, all while starting to invest for the first time 5% of GDP into national security. And that was the beginning of building the army that you see today. That is the armed forces of today. It's been built over 8 years, not over 30, not over 100, but in 8 years from scratch. What you see today is a much more resilient Ukrainian economy. In fact, the devastation is much, much worse over a much greater part of the territory, not 7% of the territory, but 20% of the territory. And yet the banking system is fully functional. The internet is fully functional. Government services are being delivered at all levels, as Yulia mentioned, from pensions to support for those internally displaced. So from one perspective, it is much more resilient, and that's a result of 8 years of reforms. It's a much better economy than it was 8 years ago when they invaded. On the other hand, the devastation is tremendously worse. 15 million people have been displaced, half of whom approximately have left the country as refugees, and half who remain internally displaced in their own country, often having to have left their homes with a plastic bag of belongings. In addition to that, this has been a very concerted effort on the part of Putin and the Russians to destroy Ukraine's economy. I'll give you 2 examples: agriculture and energy. In the case of agriculture, they have specifically targeted fields of grain, burning them so they cannot be harvested. Silos, agricultural infrastructure, equipment have been bombed and mined. And then, of course, the ports were blocked, only recently unblocked in a special agreement with the United Nations and Turkey. But we've had about 3 billion metric tons exported compared to some 45, 48 billion metric tons last year. And farmers are having to try and collect grain while bombs are flying and land has been mined. There are tens of thousands of mines covering about 160,000 square kilometers. So the Russians have targeted agriculture to try and destroy a part of the economy that represents 20% of the labor force, 11% of GDP, and 40% of our exports. And it feeds, as we all talked earlier, 400 million people outside of Ukraine, 70 million of which are facing famine as a result of a targeting of this sector. Similarly, they targeted the energy sector. They have destroyed electrical facilities. They have taken the second largest nuclear power plant hostage and blackmailing the world. And in the last week, twice, they have bombed within 300 meters or close to 2 different nuclear power stations. So half of Ukraine's renewable energy is located in occupied territories. So you can see this is a very concerted effort to destroy the economy. And what that means is Ukraine today faces monthly about a $5 billion budget deficit. In order to accomplish the things Yulia talked about, social services, support for IDPs, paying your teachers, paying your medical staff, they're running about a $5 billion a month budget deficit. That's being covered right now by the United States, the European Union, other G7 members, and some of the international financial institutions. However, that support was announced for a 6-month period. And right now, the number one issue is going beyond that 6 months, which ends September, October. You can stretch things as a finance minister, I can tell you, but you can't stretch it more than a month or 2. And the real reason why this is critical is because if you can imagine anything worse than war, it's hyperinflation during war. And if Ukraine doesn't receive on a timely basis that support for the budget, it has to print. And hyperinflation is the only thing that could make this horrendous war worse. So we need to avoid that and keep Western support for that urgent need. The second level of urgency is what I'll call urgent reconstruction. And that's when we liberate territories, which our armed forces have successfully done, especially in the last weeks. You need to restore water, heat, electricity, basic housing for people. And one of the reasons you need to do that is because you need to build morale amongst your population and amongst those refugees who want to come home. But as a mom, think about it, or dad, but I'm a mom. So as a mom, you're not going to go back unless your kids can go to school. You're not going to go back until, frankly speaking, you have a job and you can put food on the table. And so there's some very basic needs that need to be rebuilt in these recently liberated territories. The government said that that's about $17 billion that they need for next year. And then there's the reconstruction. Yulia mentioned there's a plan, and a World Bank estimate just came out last week with about a $350 billion estimate. The government has said 600. After my experience in Puerto Rico, would tell you that I think it's going to be close to $1 trillion when all is said and done. And that's going to require the public sector, the private sector, and frankly speaking, we need to look to Russia for the most significant part. They caused the destruction. It's their confiscated state and private assets that ought to go towards, in the first place, rebuilding Ukraine.
It's a really powerful and clear explanation of the size of the challenge, which in a previous interview, I think you described to me as what is likely to be the largest reconstruction effort in history. Is that still how you see it?
It is indeed. People compare it to the Marshall Plan, but the Marshall Plan was, in today's dollars, about $200 billion. And really wasn't about reconstruction. It was really about infusing Europe in a financial and economic space that would keep them all both liquid, but also interrelated and interdependent. This is really something closer to what we had to do in the Balkans, but at a much larger scale, or in Liberia, or in Iraq, or in Afghanistan. And this is just, with each day, there's more devastation. With each day, there's more bombing and missiles. And so with each day, the destruction continues to grow.
Nate, I want to bring you in here. The reason that we're here at all is because of a really stunning citizen mobilization in Ukraine that's captivated the world and clearly, I think, caught Vladimir Putin by surprise. What does it tell you about Ukrainian democracy, Ukraine's institutions, and does that hold for other countries that democracy advocates might seek to support?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Michael. And it's an honor to be here speaking with you all. It does hold lessons, and I would encourage people to think back to February 23rd, before the invasion, and the kind of narrative that was widespread about how this war was about to go, about the efficiency of the Russian machine, about the organization and single-minded dedication that Russia would bring to this savage attack, and the disorganization and the chaos in Ukraine that they were going to find. I think that was very much the expectation, including from a lot of professionals, military analysts and others who spend their entire jobs looking at this, and they missed it. And what they missed is two things. They missed, on the one side, they missed how far Ukraine had come, including especially on the institutional development level, at the level of the rebuilding of the state, the rebuilding of state institutions in the economy, the rebuilding of independent institutions in the media, in the civil society, decentralization, strengthening of local governance, and the ways in which those had built among Ukrainians real buy-in in the state, and not just in the West, not just in the places where people maybe would have considered, in a conventional analysis of Ukraine, Ukrainian national identity would be the strongest, but in the whole state, in the whole territory. And then on the other side, what they missed very strongly is the classic problems of authoritarianism, the classic problems of bad information that comes back to the leader because he doesn't want to hear it, of corruption, grand corruption, theft, poor maintenance of military equipment, poor training, abuse in the barracks, and a single leader who gets fixated on a very stupid idea and then doesn't give up. And so I think there's some very stark things that the expert community, the international community has to think about the ways in which we've told ourselves a story about the efficiency of authoritarianism, about the efficiency of these rising states, or in Russia's case, perhaps not rising, but continuing a long tradition across multiple empires, and the ways in which they would adapt in the 21st century. And perhaps the adaptation is not as strong as we thought. Perhaps the adaptation actually is kind of a hollow shell. And then I just wanted to say a couple other things here, more schematically I understand that the situation is definitely very grim. The situation is very serious. I think we do need to talk about the details of the seriousness and be prepared to respond to them, because that's the only way we can in a serious technical sense. At the same time, I want to underscore that I think out of this war, and the fact that Ukraine is winning this war will come enormous potential to transform this region most immediately, and with it, I think a lot of dynamics at the global level. At the regional level, I think obviously the first thing is that Ukraine has to win. They simply have to, and I don't think there's any question about that. I don't think there's any question in my mind that Ukraine can. So making the resources available is the first priority. When that happens, there is a big shift that will now come in the regional order in Europe and in Eurasia. This overwhelming dynamic post-Cold War, in which there were various attempts to include Russia, to integrate Russia into regional orders, at the same time as Russia was building its own alternative order through the CSTO, through the SCO. These things are going to close. We're going to close that chapter of history. That relationship between Russia and Europe is not going to be the same. And there are going to be, with that, great opportunities, I think, for Ukraine, for Moldova, for the South Caucasus, potentially, if they want to be there, for Belarus. Certainly the people of Belarus want to be there. Whether the regime does, I don't know. To rewrite this regional order in a way that is more democratic. And we can have another wave of democracy. And I think that's a testament to the Ukrainian people, to be frank. We wouldn't be here if the Ukrainians hadn't done what they've done. And I think we should grab it. I think for the global perspective, I would also urge people to see that this shift away from accepting the fate of European, in particular, dependence on Russian gas, which has been an overwhelming dynamic for the last 30 years, but accepting now, acknowledging that that chapter is also closed, is a tremendous potential opportunity to transform the whole energy dynamic on a very, heavy energy consumption continent in Europe, and with that, to help us meet our energy goals, to help us avert some of the consequences of climate change. This is something that we can do. So I really think that the message out of this war is that democracies can do it. We don't have to accept the fate that we seem to have been resigning ourselves to over the last, 5, 10 years, saying, eventually we'll all be overtaken and sort of swallowed by this more malicious kind of authoritarian set of systems. We can actually do this. So let's go do it. Let's not hold back. Let's dive in and embrace it. Thank you.
Yulia, I want to get your take on that. You gave us a glimpse of the work that you're doing and your colleagues are doing to sustain critical services through this period of crisis and conflict. Are you also seeing in this longer term opportunities to continue some of the work of reform and transformation that your fellow panelists have alluded to here? Do you have the mental space to even think about the future in that way at this moment? And if so, where do you see those opportunities?
Actually, I think, first of all, democracy must win. It's not, we have no other choice. Either we will, all fell down into the authoritarian regimes, or democracy prevails, win, and we can build, so to say, new geopolitical order. Because at this point of time, let's be honest, we don't have order. A strong man trying to invade neighbors. We can see it not only with Ukraine, but also with Taiwan and other countries in the globe. But coming back to your question, I think we have to do in parallel, and we're doing it in parallel. First, we are fighting with the enemy. And the second, we are transforming and changing the country, including transforming and changing institutions. So despite the war, the parliament passed over 600 bills and big bills as well concerning regarding reforms in different sectors. And we clearly understand that we have to pass more, because we actually have to join European Union. That the European Union granted us a candidacy But our goal is to join European Union, to be a member. And for that, we need to do a homework. And that's why over 80 bills, so to say, Euro integration bills already on the table in the parliament and the government. And we are doing our homework. So it's a parallel, so to say, tracks. And there is no new Ukraine without these both tracks. From one side, we are fighting on the front line. From on another, we are fighting inside the country, because you know that you have already established system, established in the Soviet Union, I would say, that producing corruption, trying to to build to build Soviet Union inside the Ukraine. And so these people should go out, and we have to build a new, as I'm saying, a new country, a new car, not to repair old one. And this is also regards to the reconstruction. We will not build and repair old plants, inefficient, built in this during infrastructure, very also very energy efficient, built in the Soviet Union. We have to build new with the new technologies, with the future technologies. We are very, IT developed country. We have a lot of services, even passports. Our passports we have online. We have all our documents online, and we are not taking our passports with us. The same with many other documents, even birth certificates you can get. Immediate after you gave birth to the kids, so like in 2 minutes. And we have to take this, because you discussed the digitalization, you discussed many other things in the previous panels, and Ukraine could help with this. We could help with the food security, because we are feeding 400 million, as Natalia said, all over the world. The food prices and inflation and energy inflation in the world, it's also due to the war in Ukraine, because we are producing and exporting over 60 million tons per year. So we are feeding a lot of countries in Africa and Asia. So if we can operate, our ports are unblocked, we can feed the world. We can solve partially problems with the food security. But as I would like to finish my speech, that Putin using food as a weapon. He weaponized food, and he clearly blocked our ports to blackmailing the whole world, including Asia and Africa, to which will lead to the migration, as you also discussed, to other countries, and huge geopolitical consequences and changing of regimes. So it's not only military invasion; it's a hybrid war against the whole world. So we have to consider it, and as my colleague said, to help Ukraine win this war, and to liberate not only Ukraine and our territories, but liberate democracy in the world.
I'm going to get in trouble for this because that says 0. But Natalie, last word to you. What do Ukraine's international partners need to do now to hold up their end of the bargain and see this through to the end?
Well, the phrase is one I think you've all heard before. Number 1, we need weapons. Number 2, weapons. And number 3, weapons. Because the only way for us to end this war is to prevail and to push them out. And so the first and most important thing is for Ukraine to prevail and to end this war as soon as possible. Obviously, after that, there is a great need for financial support that I described. And lastly, we need to start thinking and developing the coordination mechanisms, the planning mechanisms for that reconstruction, because the Marshall Plan didn't actually come about until, maybe 5 years after World War II was over. We don't want to wait 5 years. We have 7 million Ukrainians who want to come home. We want them to come home. That's the future labor force of this country. So to save the economy, to ensure that this Western support is needed for the shortest period of time possible, we need to accelerate the end of the war, our support for reconstruction, and then the Ukrainian people will clearly take it to the next steps on their own.
Thank you so much. And the sun is coming out. Please thank my panelists here. This was fantastic.
Thank
I'd
you.
like to welcome
conversations. We wish everyone in Ukraine all the best. I'd now like to welcome to the stage Anurag Hans, Head of Mission at EssilorLuxottica and President of the One Site EssilorLuxottica Foundation, and Tia Hodges, VP Corporate Giving and Employee Volunteerism at MetLife and President of the MetLife Foundation. Please come to the stage. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Microphones in front of you both. Welcome to the stage, and hello to everyone watching here in New York City and online around the world. Maybe I can start with some short introductions for those in our audience who may not be familiar with your organizations and your work. Could you give us a brief overview of the One Site EssilorLuxottica Foundation and the MetLife Foundation, respectively? Anurag, perhaps we could start with you.
Sure. Thanks, Richards. And very warm hello to everybody. It's good to see faces finally after a long time. So EssilorLuxottica is in the business of putting eyeglasses on people's faces. That's what we do. And we like to believe of ourselves as a strongly mission-driven organization. The One Site EssilorLuxottica Foundation has a mission to put glasses on about 2.7 billion people around the world who need a pair of glasses but can't access it or are not aware of the need. So we do that by creating access in communities which don't have a vision care technician, or by creating partnerships which help us create awareness about the cause of vision care. And it's so universal. You know, if I was just looking around the room and just imagine that all the people who are wearing glasses here did not have access to a pair of glasses. And that's the kind of world that we live in, but we just don't realize it. So that's what we do. And we have an ambition that by 2050, through our programs and through partnerships, we will make sure that everybody in the world who needs a pair of glasses to see better is able to do so.
Thanks, Anurag. And Tia, turning to you, the MetLife Foundation, when did you launch? What do you do? How are you doing it?
I'll try to do it all very quickly. Good afternoon, everyone that's in the room and also watching. So good to be here with all of you in person, and thank you for the opportunity to join you. Tia Hodges, MetLife Foundation is the charitable arm of MetLife. We are insurance, investments, and our work at the foundation happens around the globe in about 37 countries. We focus, I will steal a word from Serena Williams. We have evolved our strategy over the last year. You may know us very well for our work, our pioneering work in financial health. We've actually expanded our work to keep financial health at the center of the plate, but also we've expanded our focus areas into economic inclusion. So that's upskilling and reskilling talent, and a focus on entrepreneurs, and then resilient communities. And that's focused on physical and mental health, environmental causes, and then leveraging arts and culture from a narrative change standpoint. So we do all three of those, and then leverage our employees to maximize or force multiply our investments.
Thanks, Tia. And since 2020, of course, your two foundations have partnered with a mission to improve vision care, particularly across rural communities in Bangladesh. Could you tell us a little bit more about that partnership? Anurag, I'll come to you first.
So from our perspective, obviously, we have a single-minded focus on providing vision care. And as I said earlier, the number one reason why people can't access a pair of eyeglasses is the fact that they don't have anybody in their community who can give them an eye check and give them a pair of spectacles. So as part of our programs, one of our programs is we train rural youth who are unemployed to become primary vision care providers in their communities and start micro optical businesses to provide vision screenings and to provide spectacles in their communities. So in Bangladesh, this is the partnership that we launched with the MetLife Foundation was basically coming together to train 1,000 youth to start their own micro ventures in the optical trade, from our perspective, to deliver vision care outcomes. I'm sure Tia will tell us about her interest in that program. And till now, again, from our perspective, the 200 odd people who've already started their ventures have provided access to close to 5 million people already.
And could you maybe put this in very simple terms for our audience? What does it mean when someone cannot access eyeglasses? What are some of the consequences that they may face in their day-to-day lives?
So in terms of SDGs, I mean, not being able to see clearly can have an impact on about 8 SDGs. And it's so intuitive that I don't need to explain, the impact of not being able to see clearly. So you can't work productively, it's not safe, children can't study effectively at school, and so on and so forth. So, it really has a wide-ranging impact on the overall quality of life.
Tia, maybe I can come to you, continuing on that theme about the partnership in Bangladesh, just to give us a sense of why 2 foundations with seemingly such different development agendas, namely vision care and financial health. Why did you decide to team up?
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question, as they say it. There's that old adage, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. It is a lot more. I think the impact is so much more there when you have 2 organizations that clearly mission-focused, purpose-focused. We're there to support our communities, but also bring very unique assets, opportunities, thought partnership, leadership to the table to, I like to say, lean into a particular issue. These are all cross-cutting issues. If you can't see, that impacts your ability to go to school, it impacts your ability, just like you were saying, to get a job. And what we have also seen from the data is that not only are the people who are receiving vision care benefiting, but also those who are the entrepreneurs who are giving of these services have also increased their income by 3 times. So it is immensely impactful. It's fulfilling. Everyone wants the opportunity to provide a service, to build economic mobility. We talk a lot about wealth gaps. You need a job to address the income. And we also know globally that entrepreneurship does amazing things for generational wealth. So that's what we bring to the table, that interest in financial health, but also the physical health. And when we partner with such a great partner, it really force multiplies or doubles or triples the impact.
So it's all about scale in that respect.
Yes.
Anurag, maybe coming back to you, I think you alluded to it before, but in 2021, the UN General Assembly passed a resolution to deliver eye health for all by 2030. What's the state of play today, still in a pandemic period with other multiple external factors affecting the work that you're doing on the ground, perhaps? How are we doing in terms of sustainable development goal progress, and what really needs to be done to accelerate that progress in practice?
Well, actually, it was pretty strange that something as basic as the ability to see was not part of the SDG mix till now. So with the resolution, now all 193 member nations have committed that they will prioritize vision care access by 2030. Like all other SDGs, because of the pandemic, obviously progress is stalled. But just linking it back to what Tia was saying, we see so many SDGs and so many issues which are more or less targeting the same communities. Be it oral health or education or feminine hygiene or hand hygiene, the number approximately remains the same. So it's high time that if we want to make progress across all SDGs, then collaborative programs across impact areas, that's the only way to progress the agenda.
And I mean, you've alluded to the fact there that we're off track to achieve the 2030 goals with regards to eye health. How can cross-sectoral partnerships such as yours really factor in and really accelerate progress and move the needle on sustainable progress in that sector?
Well, again, I think that we really need to break away from the need to own impact areas and own our domains in terms of development. I think development is an inclusive agenda, and the only way that we can make progress is by creating programs which can deliver across multiple impact areas, and therefore also optimize the investments that all organizations make.
Can I just,
of course,
just very quickly, I know we have very little time left. One thing I will put out on the table, and I'll be radically transparent, is that when we think about corporate philanthropy, it can be, I'll just be very honest, it can be very competitive. We all want, and I'm stealing a little bit of your your thunder, but you should definitely chime in. We all want our logo, our something, having that program saying we made a difference, but it's really hard to do that alone. We really, if we're really about change and impact, we have to do it together. So the sharing of this work, whether it's in Bangladesh or also expanding it globally, is immensely important.
And any recommendations there for other big corporates, maybe with foundation arms, that are embarking on similar work in either this or other sectors?
I think from my side, let's be more open, let's be more secure, and let's stop obsessing over ownership and how will we publish our next impact reports. And as Tia was saying, putting our logos on programs. So
the actions
being open, having trust, and really building programs from the perspective of the beneficiaries rather than building it from the perspective of the providers.
And a quick call to action. We are almost out of time, but Anurag and then Tia, quick call to action this week. Anything that you're looking forward to for the rest of this UNGA week? Any meetings that you've had? Any impressions from today's event that will factor into your work going forward?
Well, I'll make it very, very short. From my end, if there is any organization that believes that their work has even the remotest connection to a vision care program delivered through an entrepreneurial program and would want to explore a partnership, I think me and Tia would be extremely happy to have the next collaborative program to have 10 different impact areas being delivered through the same partnership. I don't know what.
Tia?
I second that and will say I've met so many of our partners. I'm just 1 year in at MetLife Foundation, and it's amazing to hear directly from our nonprofit partners and our other philanthropic colleagues. And it always makes me retool what I'm thinking and how I'm thinking about the work that we're doing and ceding more control, less on my end and more of empowering our partners and the communities that they're serving.
Tia, Anurag, we will have to leave it there, but thank you so much for joining us here on the Devex stage. Wish you all the best.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
I would like to welcome to the stage our next panel of speakers, Susan Reichley, who is the president and CEO of International Youth Foundation, Ahmad Alandawi, who is the Secretary General of the World Organization of the Scout Movement, and Inger Ashing, who is the CEO of Save the Children International. So we're going to be talking about children and youth. Actually, today I brought my teenage son here as an intern, so I'm sure he'll be listening to every word. I promise no child labor laws are broken, at least I hope not, bringing him here. But today's program has been an overview of all of the massive challenges our faces right now. Probably don't need to list them all, but a few: hunger, climate, conflict. But we haven't really talked much about how this impacts the 1.8 billion young people in the world. So Asher, Inger, I would like to start with you. What does this mean for children? What is the current state for children given everything that we're facing?
So I think it's important to remember that in former generations, as a parent, you always knew that your children will be better off than you were. And today, that's not the case. We see a child rights crisis of unprecedented scale. And a lot of the commitments that we were able to achieve, a lot of the progress we were able to make in regards to the SDGs have been reversed. So I don't exaggerate when I say it's a very dire situation. And I think climate conflict, COVID-19 has all combined to that situation. We see an increase in inequality, we see discrimination, and just to give a few examples, I mean, 1 billion children lack access to essential healthcare services. 1 billion. We have over 220 million children that has had their learning affected by the crisis. And even before the conflict in Ukraine, or the war in Ukraine that we heard about earlier, 450 million children were affected by conflict. So this is a situation that I think at times is really challenging just to comprehend and understand. And I think one of the challenges is also that when you talk about the situation, it has become more complex and more complicated, and the solutions are not as easy. But it's really frustrating because many of these things we know how to solve them, but we don't. What I really want to emphasize as well is that we see that it's easy to talk about children as a group, and we need to do that, but we also need to identify groups within the groups of children. Girls are more affected than boys often, children with disabilities, children of indigenous groups, minorities, etc. So that's what we need to keep in mind. But one thing that strikes me is that when I meet children myself, and I was in Afghanistan a month ago, and I was meeting a group of 12-year-old girls in one of our community-based schools or classes, and the resilience that they show, how committed they are to be part of a positive change, that is what keeps me hopeful. Because if we let the children participate, if we involve them in the decision making, I'm sure that it's possible. And I think we have never seen a child and youth movement as strong as we do today. So that's on the positive side.
Yeah, my stepfather is professor, and the question he always asks his freshman year class is, how optimistic do you feel about the future? And pretty much everyone is like, no, not great. The world's is pretty bleak. But when he asks, how optimistic do you feel about your future? There is hope and optimism. So kind of echoes what you were saying. So next year we have the UHC high-level meeting again. What would you like to see prioritized on the agenda in centering children and thinking about how we can get back on track to the SDGs? We're at the halfway point now. What do you want to see prioritized?
What I think is really critical is that we do not change the goals and the milestones. We really need to commit and continue to work to achieve what we agreed a number of years back. I think that is really, really critical. From my perspective, representing Save the Children, it's all about making sure that we are fulfilling children's rights, that we are taking that serious. We really need to acknowledge that we will not be able to respond to this crisis if we think about it as a short-term crisis. We need to address the long-term challenges, the root causes of what we see, and that is what I hope that we will see next year. I want less talk, more action. And I also want more children involved in the decision-making, and as part of not just being invited once to participate in a meeting, but seriously being involved in both the identification of the problems, but more importantly, the solutions. And I think that the final thing that I want to say is that on that question is that we need to involve the people that are affected. So it's great that people like us meet here, but if we don't see change in the countries, in the municipalities, in the villages where people live their lives every day, we will not see changes. And we also need to move away from this siloed approach that we have. I mean, often I've been part of different panels this week, as I'm sure all of you have. And when you talk about malnutrition, and then you talk about education, and then you talk about protection, and we need to do that, but we also need to see how they are all interconnected. And unless we take this holistic approach and think about it as a multisectoral challenge, and that needs multisectoral solutions, a lot of different actors involved, we will fail. So that is what I hope that we will do differently next time.
Great. Well, Ahmad, I'd like to bring you into the conversation. We've seen some pretty massive education loss. We just had the Education Summit earlier this week. When you're thinking about how we can make up for that, it's not just the academic education, right? It was the isolation. So many kids, teens, were at home, didn't get that interaction, the ability to do things even outside the classroom. What do you think needs to be prioritized as far as helping kids build the skills they need to transition successfully to adulthood?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having us. And it's great to be here. Great to have a discussion that is just appreciating the interdependence between all these issues. And I want to share with you a pledge right here that the UN General Assembly at the Transforming Education Summit by a head of a state. That was a stark reminder to me about the challenge we are dealing with. That head of a state pledged by the year 2030, he will reduce the number of children out of school by half. Imagine, by 2030. What struck me with that pledge, and I'm sure he wishes to probably put all children in school, but what struck me in that pledge, that seems we're still operating in an MDG world, not an SDGs universe. We're talking about transforming education, access to quality education, while clearly we're still debating, and a lot of these countries are dealing with the question of still simple access, and we cannot even meet that. So in the context of transforming education and reflecting on the challenges of COVID, where 1.8 billion learners have been impacted, where in many countries you will find in the lower middle income countries, 6 out of 10 youth who will not continue secondary education, goes up to 9 out of 10 youth will not be able to continue secondary education. The question to access is still there. And I appreciate the ambitions we have this week about transforming things, but let's get real. I mean, it's still access. It's still access. As much as we would like the discussion to evolve, the problem didn't evolve with us. It's actually going backward and has been impacted even more because the digital divide has impacted even more the ability of countries to connect with the ones that they were enrolled already during the pandemic, to your question. And where we have been seeing opportunities, we have been seeing opportunities in other forms of rethinking education, not only transforming education. I think the discussion we have been having this week is an invitation to all of us to think, if we are acknowledging that our baseline is actually getting worse during this past few years to meet the targets and the goals of the 17 goals of the SDGs, then probably we need to think on how young people are learning today. And let me tell you the challenge with formal education that we're seeing, where our organization like Scout, for example, trying to compensate for that. In places where you don't have access, it's almost too late. It's going to take a lot of time to get that access right. In places where you have access, the question of relevance and quality education is the problem, because you have young people today learning in different ways, accessing different tools. I heard it from many actually that young people can consume knowledge from whether TikTok, YouTube, other sources, where the former traditional education system is feeling behind and acknowledging how they are learning today. So you're losing at both ends. You're losing for the ones who are left behind, or you're losing the ones who managed to access. And rethinking education to transform it requires, in my view, further adoption for non-formal education tools like the ones that many of our organizations. By the way, I'm here a beneficiary of these two organizations. I'm representing the Scout movement. I was a fellow for IYF program, and I started my development career at Save the Children. I think I learned a great deal from these two organizations and others and the Scout, what I couldn't really attain from formal education system.
Yeah, and so oftentimes you see either a formal education path or workforce training and sometimes some conflict about what should be pushed, either or. What do you think should be the balance of that and building skills that actually do align with workforce needs?
I think the trend that I'm seeing as well in the formal education system is the non-formalization of formal education. I try to adopt more of the tools they use, focusing more on skills, focus more and developing the skills of young people. And then the question that organizations like us face themselves, we think we deliver skills for life. We think we deliver skills that will help young people stay competitive in the labor market, problem solving, working in teams, and that's what is non-formal education. However, the question of the verification of these skills and for it to be accepted in the labor market is still an issue. The other challenge you find today in the formal education and how you can focus on more skills development. I sometimes think, and I want to speak to younger people, I mean, I was in Portugal at a scout camp from different countries. I asked 17 over dinner, 17 scouts there, what do you use today? What social media you use? Out of the 17, I asked, do you use Facebook, for example? 15 out of the 17 said no. Well, they even judged me for the question. Why are you asking me? And 2 of them said—
My son is judging you right over there.
It's okay. I don't know who's here from Facebook or whatever. They use Instagram though, so that's the thing. So for them, the question is they evolve. And when you ask them how you acquire knowledge, how you access information, even the most advanced formal education system, do you want to convince me there's a teacher today can explain to kids in a school who are Googling and consuming information about buying a land in the metaverse, will that teacher be able to explain to them? So the gap is there both ends. In the places where we lag behind, we have a problem. In the places where we have access, I think there's a massive issue in finding a way about the future of learning. And can I just say something? I really had higher hopes this week with the discussion about education. I'm leaving New York tomorrow, and I think, probably still need more.
Yeah, so following up on that digital divide, digital education, it's kind of interesting. Actually, just the other day, my son told me he was having a hard time understanding some math concepts from his teacher, but his classmates found this great YouTube instructor that they watch and figured, and it's really remarkable. And we did see a lot of innovations in digital education kind of forced by COVID, but not equal, right? And the access not equal. So Susan, can you talk a little bit about that and what needs to be done to improve access so that we can really leverage and scale this innovation to everyone who needs it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first, thank you. I mean, it's just great to have a spotlight on children and youth here at Devex, and it's just great to be with all of you. All of us, no matter what we were doing as the pandemic started, we all had to move into the virtual world very fast, right? And so, as Ahmed said, if we were lucky enough to be connected, and so at IYF, for example, moving everything we did, which was very experiential, as Ahmed knows, having been a fellow, very much hands-on, moving virtually. And that was great because it really, for a lot of the conversations this week were about how, it accelerated all of us moving digitally. But as we've been talking about, so many were not connected. And we were all very concerned and still are very concerned about that. And what we did and what we saw at IYF, for example, within the first couple of weeks of the pandemic, got on the phone. I remember sitting out in the yard with the alumni of the Youth Action Net Fellows, Ahmed and others were a part of, and asking them, what do you need? And they said, we need help immediately to pivot to meet our communities. Getting back exactly what Ingrid was saying, we have to put them first. They will tell us. And once we heard that clarion call, it was really up to all of us to figure out, okay, let's get the funding to them quickly so that they could start to meet and I'm just going to give one example because it talks about the low tech. There are so many who obviously were not connected, and we needed to help those entrepreneurs who were out in the communities who saw the needs and said, okay, how are we going to move this into a low tech environment, educating? And they turned the parents into teachers. All of us who are, parents know what that's like, right? You just gave the example, Kate. It was like all of a sudden, okay, how can I help? Well, a lot of times they already know the answers, but we had to help. And through our amazing entrepreneurs, the young people who are out in the communities, they know the solutions. They need all of us in the ecosystem to help respond quickly. In this case, it's called Think Zone. They developed materials that could be one family has a cell phone, everything could be communicated, video recordings, lessons plans, download things offline. Was it ideal? No, but it helped that community get over the hump. I think the other thing we really learned through this as well, and we're still all learning, is it's not just the technology barrier that many face, it's also the community. Because anybody who is entering into a virtual world, even if they're connected in a different way or trying to learn through an entrepreneur, they need a community to help them. And we saw this in real time with our Google program, our partnership in Mexico, which was starting just as the pandemic began. And we created teams of, and mainly women, frankly, who could help support other women who were seeking IT certification and could monitor them every day and see, okay, they were falling behind in this area. What can we do to help them? Oh, okay, well, they have obviously a lot of, kids to take care of at home. They're dealing with other family members. How can we help them between midnight and 2 a.m. in order to get that certification? At the end of that program, we saw that 48% compared to the norm in Mexico of 28% became IT certified and were able to enter into it. So there are some opportunities as well. The other conversation, just to end there, though, I heard this week was, we're worried there's just the innovation is going to fall off. People are exhausted. They're, as we were talking, just the huge barriers and challenges we have ahead of us. So a lot of opportunities, but we really need to re-energize ourselves to meet these challenges now.
Great, thanks, Susan. I'd actually like to bring in a member of the audience, Kristen Lord, who is the president and CEO of IREX. Hopefully we can get a mic over to her. What do you think? What question do you have for panelists, or what do you want to add to the conversation?
I'd love to add. Thanks so much. First of all, there's so much wonderful work being done for and with youth and children around the world by organizations like yours, like others in the room, and also by so many youth-led and youth-serving organizations at the grassroots level. Unfortunately, it does not even begin to address the scale of the needs or the magnitude of today's youth population, which is the largest in human history that has ever lived on the planet. What bold ideas does a panel have in order to close the gap? Thank you.
All right, bold ideas. Inger, you want to?
Yeah, I think it's very basic. I mean, we need to ensure that, as I said before, that we have long-term solutions to many of the challenges. And it is as basic as ensuring that we have good enough educational systems, health systems, and that we invest in that in each and every country in the world. And unless we get that investment, unless we ensure that we have both access and quality, we will not be able to change things. And it's a bit boring to say that, because you want that innovative, great idea, the quick fix, but there are no quick fixes. And I think that's the actual truth that we need to be aware of. But what I also think is that we need to understand also the divide, and I listening to my fellow panelists up here, I'm super excited by some of the incredible innovation that we see. And you spoke about how we all went digital, and I think that we have millions of children in different countries in the world that has digital competences now that they didn't have before COVID. And we need to invest in children everywhere to ensure that each and every child has the opportunity to be the best version of themselves. But it's so incredibly important that we don't leave children behind and that we include them in the conversations. And it's as basic as that. But I think that's quite bold, because a lot of decision makers are quite afraid to invite children and youth into the conversations, because they might have crazy ideas. They might want things that you are not prepared to do. So, but I think that's the bold move that decision makers can make or take.
Yeah, I'm going to I need the attention of everyone in the room. I'm going to ask a question, ask you to raise your hand. If you're affiliated, associated, beneficiary of one of the organizations I'm going to list, can raise your hand after I finish the list. Scouting, Gear Guides, again, Scouting, Gear Guides, Red Cross and Red Crescent, the IFRC, Duke of Edinburgh Award, YMCA or YWCA. Please raise your hand if you relate to any of these organizations or you were beneficiaries in the past. Raise it higher, don't be shy. Okay, decent. So what if I tell you 250 million young person today, to your point, after the 1.8 billion, 250 million young person are beneficiaries or members of this organization. And what if I tell you that these organizations came together in one alliance to establish a global fund for youth-led solutions in response to the pandemic? What if I tell you there have been a lot of money channeled for youth-led organization at a very cost-effective fund with lower overhead cost, at the same time targeting local solutions, supported and enabled by all our combined efforts of these 6 massive organizations coming together? And what if I tell you that that fund is coming to an end by the end of the year, and the challenges, all of our organization will be able to come back to our core business? And you know the message I have this week, people kept asking the sector and the youth organizations and the federations, come together, coordinate, work. We don't like to replicate the efforts. You should be closer to each other. And here we go, they've been closer to each other, launching a fund, punching with their collective contribution. Listen, I think the whole sector of youth is really not broken. It's currently broke. And it's sad that one of the most and the boldest alliances established in response to COVID, where we channeled a lot of money for youth-led solutions, about to dry up without any takers coming forward to say, we are going, actually, we like that direction of travel. So I think we really need to, bold ideas are great. We have them, some of it in application, but we need also for some of that bold funding. And it doesn't even have to be that bold, in fact, for it to be a funding. But sometimes we really need to value some of what we have in place already.
Great. Susan, you want to close us out with your bold idea?
We didn't talk beforehand, but it was exactly that. I mean, if we let children and youth really lead, and with all of us and the private sector, getting back to the previous panels, together in an integrated approach, the world will be a better place. We just got to break down these stovepipes, and having everybody come together, you know, so many are part of, whether scouts or fellowships. And, you know, I was at USAID for 25 years where we had lots of fellowship programs over the years. Boy, let's just bring everybody together and let's invest and let them lead. And if we do that, I'm convinced we'll be on a much better path than we're on now.
Great. Well, thank you. I think that's a good note to end on. So thank you, Susan, Ahmad, Inger, for your time today.
Hi, everyone. We're going to give a moment here to just remove some of the chairs, and then I'm going to invite my colleague Tunji to the stage. Oh, I think I'm supposed to be sitting in this seat, actually. I mixed it up. Here you go.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, hi, everyone. I'm here in New York and joining us from around the world. I'm pleased to be sitting here with Tunji Ido, who is the executive director of FinDev, which you might not know. It is the Foundation for Partnership Initiatives in the Niger Delta. And we're really thrilled to have you here. To kick us off, I'd love to just have you explain who FinDev is for those who don't know you in the audience and what you're all about.
Thank you, Jenny. Good to be here, and good evening to everyone. And I want to say a quick shout out to all my co-workers at FinDev back in Nigeria who must be up tuned into this right now. FinDev full name is Partnership Initiatives in the Niger Delta. It's a not-for-profit organization established in 2010 with initial funding from the Chevron Corporation. Over the past 10 years especially, we have worked closely with partners, both locally and globally, to work towards our vision of sustainable economic growth and peace in the Niger Delta. And we continue to do this, just to continue to work together to attack the root causes of a number of these issues. We have a lot of partners, and our model is really hinged on partnership. So it was nice to hear the previous session participants really talking about bringing things together. This was our own model from day one, because we understood the fact that the size of in the Niger Delta, which is Nigeria's oil-rich, resource-rich economic nerve center for its oil and gas operations, that the size of the problem was one that no single organization could take on by itself. And so it was necessary for all of us to come together, both local partners and global partners in different spheres in the public sector and the private sector, and also in the social development sector. So that's what PIND is about. And we have two main programs: an economic development program that has three main projects. The market systems projects that focus on agricultural value chains, and we have about 5 value chains that we look at. And then you have a youth program that's charting new pathways, multiple pathways for youth employment, because the Niger Delta, although it's resource rich, is also one that has some socioeconomic challenges, and so unemployment is one of them. Then the third one is our program where we look at renewables, and we are facilitating the installation of solar mini grids to last mile communities that will otherwise have been totally underserved. That's on the economic development side. On the peace building side, we've got a peace building, 2 projects, and they focus on giving voices to peace actors. So you're leveraging social capital, and then you are investing in those actors to be able to do what they're going to do well, and while you are also facilitating connections between various stakeholders in the place to be able to bring efforts to scale and reduce conflict.
Great. So I know you've been operating there for 10 years. I'm curious, what is the current state of play in the Niger Delta, and how has the COVID-19 pandemic impacted your work?
So as I was saying in the last, in my intro, the Niger Delta, I would say, is a region of contrasts. On one hand, it's very resource rich, vast oil and gas wealth, and where all the oil and gas operations are. It's also one that's got great agricultural wealth. At the same time, it's got huge human capital, and that's widespread in Nigeria. But on this other hand, you have it's had a history of conflict and serious poverty, high unemployment rates, high poverty rates, and you have more than 50% of the communities not having access to electricity. And so that's what we met when we came in. It has a history of conflict. Since we got in together with our partners, as I said, we've been working at attacking the root causes of the issues. That's what we focused on from day one. And we also wanted to boost people's livelihoods so they can understand that there is no need for the heavy dependence that they previously had on the oil and gas sector. And so you're shifting their focus to non-oil sectors and the opportunities that are there. And that's why a lot of the things that we've done with other partners such as USAID and its British equivalent and the German equivalent are focused on those boosting those livelihoods in those other non-oil sectors so that people can continue to improve the economic bottom line, more jobs can be created, and they can put things to productive uses. Right now, due to some of these efforts, there is a move from the Niger Delta being known as one of the most fragile environments in the past to one where there's reduced conflict, and national data in Nigeria has shown that in the last 2 quarters, it's actually turned around to be one of the 2 most peaceful regions out of Nigeria's 6 regions.
Wow, that's incredible to hear. There's been a lot of discouraging news on the stage, but also moments for optimism. So that's certainly one of them. So you said that partnership was sort of in your DNA from day one. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about your model and how you work and those innovative approaches that you're using in the Niger Delta region.
Thank you very much. As I shared, one thing was very clear from day one: no single entity could attack this. And then what we also realized is that, and I like what others had said in the previous sessions, we had to note that, look, there's much more when we can tap into the collective strength, collective knowledge, collective expertise, collective capabilities of everyone. And because you have a lot of influential stakeholders within the region anyway, you have the 9 state governments, there are 9 governments in that area, state governments, you have the state governments, you have got the private sector, especially the oil and gas companies, you've got others in other sectors, then you've got the development agencies that were trying to look at issues. And we found out that if people went in their silos that they had done in the past, they just cracked the surface and things got dissipated, and some of the recipients were getting from multiple ends, double dipping and triple dipping and all that. And so we went out to look at how to connect the dots and bring everybody together and work together to address these issues. And that's what's been going on. And that's our model. So we have partners locally and globally. We've got partners that are helping us in the academia. We have partners that we relate with in the private sector. We've got partners that are in government. We've got partners in different spheres, so that everybody can bring their strength to the table. And that way you can improve efficiencies, you can share information, and you can move the needle along towards the vision.
And are you looking for more partners? Because I look out and I see a room full of potential partners. So what do you look for in a partner?
Are you kidding me? Anyone who's interested in food security, addressing climate change issues, you want to ensure global energy security. We have, what I can say to you is that you have pinned on ground, strong convening power on the ground, 3 offices in the on ground, about 50% strong staff, incredible data and knowledge of the dealings on ground, strong footprints and impact that we've had in the last 11, 12 years. Investors can be sure of returns, and whether it's impact investors or, I mean, whatever you're looking for, whether you're a for-profit or non-profit investor. And this is what has helped us, because we've gone through a lot, we've got strong governance, and we've gone through a lot of due diligence in working with some of those agencies that I said, and then also with Ford Foundation, UNICEF, and a few others. And so if you're looking for where you can have impact in the world, I recommend that the Niger Delta region of Nigeria is one of those areas that you can come into. We have models that we have tested and that are proven, whether it's in agri, youth programming, access to energy, or in peace building. And these are models that we now need to bring to scale. So we do need partners that can co-invest with us to bring these things to scale.
Perfect. So I definitely think you should talk to the speakers that were on the panel preceding this, because there seems like a lot of synergies there. Speaking of impact, can you tell me 1 or 2 examples of concrete impact that you as PIND have had over the last decade that you're really proud of?
All right. We don't like tooting our horn a lot, but let me look a bit. We've reached about 1 million people with information and services around agricultural and business best practices. This has helped to improve their productivity. Half this number are those that have had their bottom line improved significantly. And the last I checked the data from our monitoring and evaluation team, you've had facilitated about additional incomes into these 500,000 stakeholders to the tune of about $125 million. Through our efforts in facilitating investment into the region, we've facilitated about $140 million worth of investment. We've helped market actors to be able to create up about 65,000 jobs. We started a network of peace volunteers from about just a few tens of them. They are over 10,000 strong now. And these are volunteers who respond to conflict alerts on our early warning, early response system, and who are going about addressing issues, and they've addressed more than 1,000 conflict within the region in the last 10 years. That's the kind of impact that we've had that we're looking to bring to even greater scale.
Amazing. Well, we have time for 1 more question. So I'd like to ask you, what's the next frontier for PIND?
Our vision is to really leave a legacy of sustainable peace and economic development growth within the region. And that's why we have those two twin programs. In terms of the next frontier, the access to energy project that we have is one of our newest ones. And the vision is to light up the Niger Delta one community at a time. So we're really looking to take things to scale. There are some things on the pike that I'll not want to talk about prematurely, but then there's still tons of opportunities for people who want to deal in that respect. Secondly is around youth programming. You have quite significant unemployment, youth unemployment. We are looking at really scaling up the model that we've tested that is more demand-led and is making sure demand matches supply in the skills that are required in the marketplace. We'd like to bring that further up to scale. The agricultural value chains are really helping, and Nigeria has a lot of small-scale farmers. We're trying to see how this can become more commercial, and so there's also opportunity in that regard. Not only looking at the input side, but also in the near future to start looking at some of the output side that can lead them up into being commercial farmers. This is the next frontier for us.
Thank you so much, Tunji. It was great talking to you, and definitely encourage everyone to look up Pinned to learn more.
Thank you very much for having me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the next panel. And I'm just going to go ahead and invite our panelists up to the stage as well. Hello. Wherever you'd like. All right. So I want to introduce our panelists today. We have Yasmin Sharif. She is Director of Education Cannot Wait. We also have Jane Mann, the Cambridge Partnership for Education Managing Editor with Cambridge University Press. We will hopefully have Robert Jenkins of UNICEF, but he's here. Okay, the elevator. So we will, I'll do a quick intro, and as soon as that elevator comes up, I'm sure we'll be joined by him. So, as you know, so the title here, Reimagining Education, I think we've heard many times that when it comes to COVID and how it has set education back, we've heard the warning that we're about to lose an entire generation. It's almost become cliche, but it's not hyperbole. According to UNICEF, at the moment, 1 in 3 10-year-olds around the world cannot read and understand a simple written story. What's more shocking is that this figure is a 50% drop from before the pandemic. The Transforming Education Summit, held on the sidelines of UNGA earlier this week, was an effort to elevate this learning loss onto the global agenda. Over 130 countries made various commitments following 115 national consultations on issues from psychosocial well-being to gender equality to digital solutions. It's a whole lot of commitments. So I wanted to start by just getting everyone's reaction to the summit and whether you are optimistic that those commitments will ultimately come to fruition. You can start, yeah.
It's working. Yeah, you can hear me, right? It's okay. Well, I'm losing my voice. Let me say this. Now, I've been around quite some time in the UN system. I've been in civil society as well. But there are 2 things I want to say. Never, ever before has education been at the center as it has been this week at the UN, as long as I can remember. So that is an achievement, that education is at the center, has moved from the margin to the center. Now, looking back at my experience, I also know that every year commitments are being made. Every year action plans are being made. And the challenge is always, how do you translate a commitment into action? And I think that's where we need to press for concrete action, accountability. And from where I sit as heading the Education Cannot Wait Global Fund in the UN, for us, action means funding. Why does it mean funding? Because a lot of what we have discussed this week in New York, as my colleagues can testify, Rob and others, has been happening for a long time on the ground. Civil society, UN agencies, host governments, they are out there. We are working with partners who are right now implementing and supporting secondary education for girls in different provinces in Afghanistan despite the ban. We now have colleagues from UNICEF, UNESCO, WFP, Save the Children, and many others who are working in Central African Republic across 12 different militia lines, a country hardly controlled by the government. In Yemen, it's happening, but the challenge is funding. So any action of this kind when it comes to social or basic service or a development sector requires funding. It's not enough to make a commitment. Now, those who have the wealth as governments, as private sectors, as high net worth individuals, we need you to make this happen and continue to scale up. Finally, another takeaway from, and I think this is the most important, and Education Cannot Wait, we have our high-level funding conference in Geneva in February 2023, hosted by the government of Switzerland, co-convened by Norway, South Sudan, Niger, and Germany. What I did see that was different from anything else before, there was a very, very powerful presence of youth rocking and shaking the United Nations and supported by the Secretary General. We mustn't lose them because they are the rebels. They are the ones who are fearless and ready to speak up and hold that accountability. We saw a strong focus on gender, but again, words are not enough. Action, and we need the funding. And I'll leave it there. Finally, though, there wasn't sufficiently strong focus on refugees' inclusion in public education systems. So we need to hold the flag for refugees around the globe who are lost in countries others than their own and who need and have a right to access a public education. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure you're not the only one who's thinking the word action. So, Jane, what are some of your thoughts on TES?
Yeah, thanks very much. And nodding a lot with what Yasmin was saying there. Cambridge Partnership for Education is an implementing partner. So when I sit and listen to what was being said, I am immediately thinking about all of those ministry partners that we speak to every week and what that actually looks like when you start to try and implement a program. Absolutely, funding critical, because without the funding, you don't get the programs. But also, I think that we heard a lot around relevance. We heard around how do we actually make sure that these big ideas that we've all got general consensus around can become relevant where they are being delivered. We heard about relevance in curriculum, like what does a curriculum look like for a world that's in a climate crisis? What does relevant curriculum look like for girls and the most marginalized, for displaced learners? We also heard around relevance of technology. And it was really great to hear a move, I think, away from those more blunt, old-fashioned policies with technology around that kind of last moment with the student and more into the supporting systems with really practical, relevant technology. And anyone lucky enough to have been in the session with the Indonesian Minister, Makarim, I know you were there, Rob, and to hear about his phenomenal use of technology in his own system, can't have failed to have been impressed. And the point there was around making it absolutely relevant for his system and his teachers. And the youth voice, again, I thought that, you know, the youth voice brings that relevance and it reminds us that everything we do now has to be relevant for them, not only now, but in the future. And there's a couple of things in there I just want to unpack a bit. So in the future, I wanted to hear more about long-term planning. I know it's difficult. I know that average tenure of a Minister of Education pre-COVID was 22 months. Goodness only knows what it is now. I think in the UK, we've had 4 education ministers in about the last 3 weeks. But I think long-term planning is really important to hold on to. I also think that it was great the youth voices were there, but there were voices missing, in my opinion. I wanted to hear more from teachers. I also wanted to hear more from those coalition of those implementing partners, the people writing the assessment items, the people publishing the books, the people on the ground trying to create the things that make all of this happen. I wanted to hear it from their perspective as well.
Thank you. Robert, what were some of your key takeaways from the Transforming Education Summit?
Well, thanks for having me. It's great to see Jane and Yasmin, dear friends and colleagues and partners. And thanks. I look forward to hearing other people's thoughts. So it was interesting. So good things, and then maybe some challenging things. Good things were a lot of very senior decision makers, a lot of heads of state, a lot of ministers of education, a lot of private sector, and a lot of youth and energy, etc. So a lot of people. And it's great to have such senior people, a lot of people talking about education. So that's good. I think there was not a sufficient consensus, the way we would see it at UNICEF, on the urgent need for action, the kind of level of crisis that the world is facing, and the need for a crisis response. Now, there were some ministers and some heads of state, definitely, that were, and as a couple were mentioned here, and it was so great to hear some of their vision and some of their immediate. I think, though, in general, we still have some ways to go to convince all that we need to urgently respond to the learning crisis that was existing before COVID. It's been exacerbated. I know that's been much discussed, and it was even discussed here in Devex. I think on the transformation part, so urgent response, yeah. Now, transformation. Again, we had some amazing leaders present some transformative ideas. The challenge now, and I think a lot of people said this at the summit, is the follow-up. Is it going, in a year from now, if we're all back here and we say, remember a year ago there was a summit, a lot of big ideas, how much did that translate into concrete change for children on the ground, particularly in very challenging places around the world? But frankly, it's a global crisis too. So did it affect anyone within 3 miles of this building here? I think we still need to now collectively work out how to make sure that that indeed these statements and these outcomes and this commitments translate into practical action. Maybe that's the last thing on that is I felt there was an overwhelming message around the importance of leadership and accountability. And if you're going to come away with one thing, I think it is where there's leaders who are accountable, you have urgent action, you have change. Where there isn't, it's a real struggle. So then it comes to organizations like that we all represent and others to figure out how do we promote greater leadership, better leadership, how do we promote greater accountability?
Now, Robert, we'll go ahead and stay with you on my next question. I mean, we've all talked about action. I mean, one of the supposedly concrete announcements that came out of the summit was the International Finance Facility for Education, or IFED.
Yeah.
It's being billed as the biggest ever investment in education, the potential to unlock $10 billion in additional funding by 2030. The proposal has actually been floating around for several years, and while the Asian and African development banks are on board, notably the World Bank is not. So let's start with you, Robert. I mean, what are your thoughts on IFED and its ability to be this transforming finance vehicle as it says it will be?
So let me come to IFED in 30 seconds, but just quickly on money overall in the education sector. We all know broadly in education sector, there isn't enough money in the education sector. Yasmin quite rightly pointed it out. If you look at a graph on the average per child spend in low-income countries to high-income countries per child, the amount of money spent in education, you can't put it on the same graph, right? It's like $45 compared to 2,500. So we have an terribly unequal allocation of resources. I think, as maybe everyone knows, even in low-income countries, the vast majority, over 90% of education funding comes from the country themselves. So the whole global community and all of us, and we all think that we're making a big difference, we're all in the less than 10%, most countries less than 5%. All the money is coming from national governments, from parents, from communities. Now, having said all that, maybe I'll just also say we still need a long ways to go on how money is spent efficiently and effectively, targeting foundational learning, ensure that it makes a real change. And it's terribly unequal, not only between governments, but between countries, but there isn't a country in the world that gives 20% of public resources to the 20% poorest children. not any country, meaning the poorest 20% of their kids, there's not a single country that access their fair share of resources. There's some countries that spend $10 for the top 20% compared to the bottom 20% in terms of economics. So massive inequalities. So big conversations need to happen on funding of education. Now, IFID, I think it's a big step forward, particularly for certain countries that require additional financing to enable them to leapfrog from, say, middle income level into sort of transform their education systems to fuel growth. And we know economically how many countries get sort of stuck in these middle income traps. I think if it can indeed enable a leapfrogging and enable countries to grow out of those situations. So I think it's really an exciting initiative, but hopefully will not distract from the bigger conversation on education financing globally.
Yasmin, what are some of your thoughts on IFID?
Yeah, I think well, IFID was launched some time ago, but the fact that it was now endorsed by the United Nations and finally put out there, I think that is probably the most transformative outcome of the Education Summit. I really consider IFID, and I've studied it in depth and spent a lot of time with the Education Commission, and also a lot of the thinking around that. Whoever has been involved has the credentials for developing bigger systems to save economies and to deliver basic services. So with the UN Special Envoy Gordon Brown at the helmet of that, I have absolute trust that that is moving in the right direction. And the way we look at things today, first are 2 points. One is everything is about pooled funding today. So we have GPE, who have their advantage, comparative advantage. We have ECW, we have our added value, and we are the ones who are out in the hardest crisis hit countries. And then we have IFID. There is no competition between us, and we cannot compete because just in crisis there are 222 million children. Nobody wants alone to say we can take care of that by ourselves. We need at least 3 strong funding mechanisms, each with their own comparative advantages. And then we have great partners on the ground, such as UNICEF being one of them, other UN agencies, other NGOs. Obviously, UNICEF is the lead agency on education emergencies. So they obviously play a key role here as an implementer and policy setter as well, of course. But what IFID does always reminds me of how you shift and create a better socioeconomic balance in a country or in the world. In Sweden, where I come from, you can borrow at very low interest rate for your student loan, and you have 50 years to pay it back. The interest rate is very, very low, but you go out and you get your master's degree or your PhD, and it feels like it costs you nothing. And then you pay it back over time. And that's precisely what IFID is doing. It allows you to go all the way to do the real education reform that is required for a country, rebuilding from conflict, hosting large refugee populations, putting a strain on the national system. So it's allowing the lower income, the middle income, but the lower income above all, or recovering countries to do it properly. Because I have to say this, GPE, ECW, we do great work, we all agree, we hold hands, this is great, but you cannot change the world on grants alone. You need to front load bigger money for change. And that is the transformation that IFID is bringing. So I think that complementarity is right on time, and education cannot wait fully supports IFID.
Well, we know where you stand. Jane, what are your thoughts?
Thank you. Unlike Yasmin, I haven't studied the IFID in depth. However, like Yasmin, I do believe in needing funds to do it properly. And I know that where that sits a lot of the time is around governments' abilities to know where their problems are. And I think what we need more funding for, and what I've started to see happen more, which is very encouraging, is governments actually starting to use their funding for really great analysis at the beginning. It's a hard thing to do if you only have very limited funds, because you want to almost get down to action super quickly. So the tendency to go to the most visible type of action is strong. But where more funding is available, it allows governments to be more careful in what they're doing, which ultimately means that they'll be spending less than they may have done to get more great outcomes for their work. We've seen increasingly that kind of health check approach where the funds are available, save a massive amount of resources down the line, save time, and deliver better outcomes. So hopefully the funding will enable that kind of thing, that the do it properly approach. I also think that it's important to see more quality expectations linked to funding as well. Speaking as a partner that helps the ministries to spend the funding, helps the people doing it on the ground to know where to put the money. If you link the quality expectations to the funding, not only do you start to see the quality coming out, but everyone competes on it. People compete to be the best quality because they know that that's the only way that they're going to get access to the funding. So I'd like to see more of those mechanisms.
Now, in terms of education spending, it has been growing. I mean, to be fair, over years, there has been increases, but not nearly to the extent that was needed. And that was before the pandemic, which then decimated a lot of economic budgets all around the world. So it's quite a tall ask to want more education money from economically struggling governments, whether they're low-income nations or high-income nations who are slashing their aid budgets left and right. So, to be blunt, isn't a donor-funded kind of ribbon cutting of a new road kind of more politically appealing, but also practical at the moment than investing in something where there's a return, but you're not going to see that return for possibly 20 years or more? So what's if you had one message to say to governments and to donors, why is this long-term investment worth it, given the million other pressing needs that each government is facing? Robert, we'll start with you.
The evidence is absolutely clear that particularly early childhood education, the return on investment, $7, $8 to $1 spend. So there's no question on the economic benefits of allocating resources to education, allocating resources to early childhood education in particular, particularly, again, if it's efficiently and effectively spent. So I think actually the challenge we really have now is there is this fiscal pressure immediately. And if we just focus on the immediate short term and compromise on the education resources to support the recovery and the transformation of education, we're meeting short term by economic stimulus package or something, compromising the medium long-term development and social change of a country. That's the tension we have. And as we see time and time again, countries that invest well and effectively in education over the medium and long, short-term immediate benefits for those individual children, but medium and long-term for social and development change. So we have to collectively, and I'd really encourage everyone in this room to continue to send the same messages to decision makers of the importance of investing in today's generation to enable a brighter future for all.
Yasmin, what message would you convey?
Thank you so much. I borrowed your pen. What marks a leader? What makes a leader different from a non-leader or a follower? Okay, a leader has a long-term vision, and a quick fixer or a politician who just wants to have immediate results is not necessarily a leader. And the reason the world looks like it looks today on climate change, extreme poverty, the number of children who are suffering in conflict and adolescents not accessing a quality education has gone from 75 million to 222 million, extreme poverty, hunger, you name it, every single human right and every sustainable development goal remains unrealized. And we will all agree, where is the visionary leadership? That kind of leadership that ended apartheid, that led the civil rights movement, that's so long term. That's the leadership the world needs today. And that means thinking long term. And education, so that's the first thing a leader sees. They can think long term. They're not out in a popularity context. They're out with a sense of responsibility to do something for Mother Earth, for humanity, for the children of the world. Okay? So It's up to the youth now to determine if that is the leadership we have, and it's also up to the voters going every time there's an election. Secondly, a leader knows how to connect dots. Anyone who claims to be a leader and cannot see that education is the foundation for all sustainable development goals, any leader who cannot see that education is essential if you want to end extreme poverty, if you want to achieve gender equality, if you want to ensure access to health, water, public services, all the development goals, again, is that a leader? Because leaders know how to connect dots, and they know that before we can achieve any sustainable development goal, or before we can achieve all human rights, every human being needs to know how to read, write, think creatively, be able to develop their potentials, be able to exercise democratic governance, be able and empowered through an education. So I think that's where accountability and leadership comes in. That's where we count on the young people, but also on our narrative, and also the importance of us manifesting that kind of leadership. That we are here in for the long haul, because we have a lot of rebuilding to do in this world, when 222 million kids sitting in camps in the darkest corners of the world, their homes burned down, more wars are created, climate change is escalating, and the number of children and youth out of school keep growing in a shocking speed.
It is.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Jane, can you wrap us up with?
Absolutely.
How would you convince everyone?
Oh,
no pressure.
During COVID, we had lots of round tables with ministers on Zoom, and I wanted at the end of it all to run a session called Are You Serious? Because there was so much commitment in those conversations from those ministers in the moment, determination to really make a change. And you know what? It didn't actually hold. You know, we're now in this perfect storm of crises. Ministers have so many things on their desks. The commitment that we saw when we just had the big one that we're all focusing on, it's really hard to sustain now. So I think, as well as manifesting that leadership that you're talking about, Yasmin, we need to really help those governments. We need to throw our weight and our arms around them to say, for everything that you do that we know was the right decision, we're going to amplify it. We're going to give you the data you need so that you can make those decisions. We're going to showcase what you're doing. We're going to give you the quick wins, because you know that you're going to have to show those quick wins if you're going to get the time to invest in the long term. And I think we need to be, just having blatant PR campaigns around the best ministers making the best decisions. How can we make sure that that kind of great practice is spread around the world?
Well, great advice. Thank you, all three of you, for these powerful words. And thank you, everyone, for this panel.
Thank you.
So I want to go ahead and welcome now my colleague, Colin Lynch, for our next discussion on moving from...
Hello, is this on? It's Colin Lynch again from the Senior Global Correspondent for Devex. We're very excited to have Mr. Mahmoud Mohaldin here to talk to us. He is both Special Envoy on the SDGs and also a champion on the COP27 meeting for Egypt. So we're very lucky and grateful that you've come and given us the time to talk. So why don't I put down my mic and we can get going, okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay, why don't we, you have two hats, right, on the SDG and climate. So why don't we just talk briefly on, we've had a lot of conversations about how all the sort of indexes on human development, on SDGs, how nobody's meeting the targets, things are not going well. The Secretary General talks in terms of the world in a state of peril. So maybe why don't you sort of talk a little bit about the SDGs, why you think there's such a difficulty in achieving the goals, and whether there's really any hope of getting anywhere near the goals of 2030.
Well, there is a short popular answer that you can blame it on the shocks that the world had been exposed to from the COVID crisis and then the war in the Ukraine. But you may remember that back in 2019, the Secretary General of the UN published a plea for getting the SDGs more seriously. There was a call for action. There was a new finance framework that was proposed in 2019. And of course, after that, COVID took the attention. Why the progress on the SDGs was not really as expected in many countries. There are some countries that are taking them very seriously. Many of the OECD countries, some of the emerging markets in Asia. China is doing fantastically well. I would actually, I remember in December 2019, they said that next year, 2020, China will deal with SDG 1 by having nobody suffering from extreme poverty, which happened. I'm talking about the matter globally. So I would say, based on the experience as well of the MDGs, some problems related to data and the evidence required to support policies, some of the issues related to finance from all of its sources, the public, the private sources of finance, the external finance was not adequate, the famous 0.7% of ODA was not sufficient and didn't really increase much. I remember when we were discussing the Finance for Development framework for Addis back in 2013, 2014 in preparation of the July endorsement of FFD, the figure was around $130 billion. As we speak today, the figure of ODA didn't really increase much. In dollar terms, we're talking about an average of 150 billion. And as you know from OECD figures, at the time, the gap was around $2.5 trillion per annum for developing economies. Now, after COVID and other shocks, is north of $4 trillion. Then, of course, you can say after COVID and Ukraine, we had more problems that have been reflected in the deterioration of major SDGs, including poverty and nutrition.
Right. Well, I know our time is somewhat limited, so I'm going to be jumping around to different topics very quickly. It'll be like speed dating. But I wanted to talk a little bit about climate. Everybody is sort of anticipating COP27. You were sort of the major host of that meeting. This week, I'm curious how you see the sort of degree of commitment to it. It was interesting, and President Biden did talk about goals that the Americans had set in the United States, but I don't think he even mentioned COP27. That was kind of interesting. He's really been focusing on the Ukraine war. President Macron, I don't believe he attended the roundtable yesterday. Do you get the sense that there's not a sense of urgency and commitment that there needs to be right now? And are you sort of concerned about coming into Sharm el-Sheikh, what sort of commitments you'll be able to sort of achieve, what kind of pledges you'll be able to get from governments?
Right. So let me bring some devils because they are in the details. Because if you are talking about climate action, it's many elements, and it depends really in what area, what sector you are talking about. Mentioning President Macron, like with other countries, I like to commend their leadership, at least with the proxy of adhering to their commitments of the 100 billion, the famous Copenhagen promise, which is actually, by the way, if everybody's committing to the 100 billion, this is no more than 3% of the gap required for climate action. But it's good that some leaders said that we are going to deliver, and they are delivering. France, Germany, few Nordic countries, Canada, Japan. I wish to say the same about others. What's happening in the US, especially by the new bill, is very good on the inflation reduction because it has a lot of investments associated to it. But globally, it's the 4 areas. Mitigation is progressing, but we need more scale and more opportunities for private sector and more partnerships leveraging the private sector. In presence of my friends here from the European Investment Bank, it's a good example of what they are doing in leveraging. Adaptation, well, there are some experiments, but still dependent on public finance. Latest report from the Global Center for Adaptation, launched a few days ago in Rotterdam, is saying that contribution of private sector is no more than 3%. So still the majority, actually almost all funding of adaptations coming from public sources, domestic or external. Loss and damage is a sad, pathetic case, especially when we're talking now and referring to the misery that our sisters and brothers are suffering from in Pakistan. And this is basically something to do with lack of commitment to dealing with one of the important articles of the Paris Agreement on loss and damage. Finance, this is the fourth file, as you know. Well, if you take a consideration of 100 billion, well, and you need to believe the estimates of last year, 79%, but 79% of 3% of total, which is nothing. But it could be a good start. Then we can talk about role of private sector, debt reduction mechanisms, new credit possibility through carbon markets. But this is what we'll be expecting in Sharm, more emphasis on finance, investments, and projects related to that.
Okay, so I have to ask you about David Malpass. You had spent quite a bit of time at the World Bank.
Yeah.
There was some concern about the remarks he made about whether he believes in that emissions are responsible for global warming. Was that somewhat of a disappointment? Do you feel that the World Bank could provide a lot more support for the effort than you've seen so far?
Well, the World Bank is doing a lot in terms of supporting climate finance recently. I would expect the leadership of the institution that I had the honor working for almost 10 years to do more, and we're expecting from them strong support, especially for low-income countries and middle-income countries. The technical support, the recent investments, including in a couple of projects in Africa, like in Benban in Egypt and Ouazzazate in Morocco, with other MDBs as an example. Views of leaders, I really like to refrain from commenting on personal views of different presidents of different institutions, but I would really like to take the issue when it comes to the role of the World Bank. Can the World Bank do more? Definitely yes. And I would say that one of the best mechanisms of the World Bank, not the IBRD type of finance, it comes from IDA because it's one of the most flexible mechanisms to low-income countries. What I hope is to see, and this could be a bit aggressive for some people who are familiar with the World Bank, I hope to see IDA terms extended to low middle income countries. Because if you are talking to Africa today, half of the African countries are low middle income countries, the other half is low income. So it will be wonderful to see IDA finance going to low middle income countries. And that happened before in some special circumstances, like the cases in dealing with refugees, when the World Bank supported Lebanon and Jordan for dealing with the Syrian refugees, did the same in dealing with the crisis in Venezuela as well. So the technical solutions are there. And I would say that let's see the new replenishment of IDA to be much more supportive, more generous with its mechanism. And with IDA, you get IFC with its private sector partnership. MEGA is required as well for the kind of investments to support that. With the rest of the MDBs, I think we can do a wonderful job in leveraging and all that. But again, personal views, be them positive or negative, are attributed to those who have said them.
Okay, so Sharm el-Sheikh and Egypt sort of, staking out a position as a leader in Africa on climate change. What do you, what does sort of, what is it about Egypt that sort of supports this notion of them having a leadership role, and what it is that they're trying to do what's the message they're trying to send? What are they trying to achieve to sort of justify that, particularly within Africa?
Well, as I say, if you are interested to participate in Sharm el-Sheikh, you are more than welcome. But you will be even more welcome if you are coming not just with pledges and promises, you are coming with finance, investments, and projects. This is what is being expected from a COP on climate that from the very beginning, from day one, it was focusing only on one thing, implementation, implementation, implementation. There is no way that we can achieve better than what Paris Agreement had really resulted in. There is no way that we can really beat the good terminologies and acronyms used during Glasgow of all of these coalitions, the GFANs, and the race to zero and the race to resilience. I'm happy with all of these coalitions. I'm happy with the Paris Agreement. Let's then push whatever we have of them. And this is basically the implementation spirit. We need more data. We need more technical and capacity development support. And definitely it's all about finance and beyond the 100 billion, because only focusing on 100 billion important, and I know that many colleagues and friends, their life is basically about counting beans and putting people under review and scrutiny on who submitted and who didn't. I'm happy to see the reports, including the fantastic report by ODI on the heat map on who paid and who didn't. But beyond the 100 billion, you need the trillions of finance that should come from public finance sources, but perfectly aligned with the sustainability, not just with the climate action. And then, by that I mean SDGs, not just SDG 13,
right?
All of the SDGs. And then the great opportunities that are there for the private sector. And we're not talking about something new. Those who have been involved in solar energy, in now in the new MOUs for green hydrogen, those who are working hard in wind farms, in decarbonization, including the hard-to-abate sectors, they see the outcomes and the results. We're not after charity and donations here. We're after decent business deals. Some concessional finance for low-income countries will be great as well to have. But there is a strong business case for climate today.
Great. I see that my time is starting to dwindle away. So why don't I ask a final question, unless you're up for staying longer. But I wanted to get a sense. There have been a lot of reports in the press over the last couple of weeks, concerns about the high prices of hotels in Sharm el-Sheikh, and some NGOs sort of expressing concerns about the affordability and access. And also, I'll take this as a sort of a small line from an article in my former publication, Foreign Policy, where it says, behind the scenes, the Egyptian government has cracked down on environmental activists in the country through harassment, intimidation, and arrest. So I was hoping you could address those. Is this going to be a receptive environment? And what comment you have on some of these reports from human rights groups?
Egypt and Sharm are very well prepared to host a UN-based conference in terms of its approaches, arrangements, organization. It's UNFCCC, what you saw in Glasgow in arrangements, and all of that, you'll see it in Sharm el-Sheikh. Matters related to hotels and affordability, usual complaints, but Sharm definitely is going to be much more affordable than Glasgow, definitely in New York. But again, with reference to the previous UN hosted and arranged UNFCCC COPs, you'll see Egypt, not just in pleasant weather, but rich agenda and great hospitality ready for all of them.
Right, and then
and for the concerns of the NGOs, again, the main rules apply. It's the UN rules that apply. You register, you get your right to participate. What you got in treatment in Glasgow and before, you will be getting it no less, no more in Sharm el-Sheikh.
Right, but the reports on crackdowns on environmentalists and others, I mean, is that, do you have some sort of response to that? I mean,
well, I think the authorities responded to that. I'm not in a position to deal with particular cases, but I read the foreign policy piece as you did, and I think there was a response that has nothing to do with that. I read it like that. As a global climate champion, I do the overall kind of support for the COP to be successful.
All right, I think I've run out of time about a minute ago. But
I've loved to talk more about that, but well, time constraints.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you so much for participating in this.
No, thank you so much, and looking forward to welcome you and all of the participants here in Sharm el-Sheikh.
All right.
Thank you so much.
She's going to take over from here, but here you go.
Thank you. Sure.
Very much.
All right. All right, well, thank you, everyone. So our next panel is Financing a Green Just Transition, which we're holding in partnership with the European Investment Bank. So I want to welcome Stephen O'Driscoll, who is the Head of Environment, Climate, and Social Policy for EIB. Thank you, Stephen, for being here with us today.
Pleasure.
So ensuring a just transition for all is one of the pillars of the EIB's Climate Bank roadmap. Can you tell us what does a just transition mean to EIB, specifically in terms of the bank's focus on clean energy transition?
I think a just transition for the bank means leaving no people and no place behind. I mean, we've very much taken a steer from what was in the Paris Agreement, which talked about creating decent and quality jobs and decent work. And we've very much taken that on board. Inside the Union, we are very much part of the EU's Just Transition Mechanism. And for EIB, that's particularly relevant with respect to the third pillar of that, which is the public sector loan facility, where EIB loans are combined with EC grants, and we address just transition projects in areas that are most affected through withdrawing from coal and so on. Outside the EU, we took a slightly different slant, where we've looked at the climate social nexus a bit more broadly, because, you know, from our point of view, climate change is effectively a stress magnifier of all sorts of social issues, forced displacement, gender-based violence, vulnerable groups, and so on. So we think that there's more of a social dimension there. So if we can support projects that both address climate change and the implications of climate change and some of those social issues, then that's the way we like to look at that. We're also very interested in just resilience as a concept, because it's not actually just people that are affected by the implementation of policies associated with mitigation. It's also the case with adaptation, and different parts of society are affected differently by that as well. So just energy transition partnerships, that's perhaps the link. And you might be aware that last year in Glasgow, we pledged $1 billion towards the JETP in South Africa. And there's now discussions with very many different actors about rolling that potential model out across other countries as well. So we've actually just had a mission in South Africa this week. I think they might still be there, talking to the different actors down there to see how we can best bring in not only the energy transition side of it, but also the social side of it as well.
So on that note, can you talk a bit about, you mentioned South Africa, are there any other kind of projects that come to mind in terms of specifics that is going on as part of this just transition that EIB is helping to fund?
We're actually coming out with a outside EU just transition approach. May not be fully fledged out for COP, but we'll do it soon thereafter. But just thinking about back in Europe, actually, we've been working on just transition projects for a long time. I'm thinking in particular of Katowice in Poland, which was essentially a coal mining town in the past, and I think we're up to about 200-odd million in loans in terms of helping them transition away from coal mining into more sustainable economic activity. And on the social side, we've been helping them to make sure that the kind of urban centre of Katowice is a much better place to be, and people are more kind of positive about the future and so on. So that's one of the project examples that we have.
What does EIB see as key to boosting energy transition and climate adaptation, including important tech and innovation accelerations?
On the energy transition side first, which has obviously been the subject of much discussion, our president has been pressed repeatedly on that this week. We think that we're at an inflection point, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We can either go one way and go back to investing in fossil fuel infrastructure and start to slide back to where we were, or we can go the other way, really seize this opportunity, take this moment in time to accelerate away from it and very much more towards the green transition. We're very much of that second view as the EIB. We're a long-term financier. We have to generate money on capital markets. We have a funding program of about 60 to 100 billion a year. So we have we issue bonds, we issue green bonds. So what are our bondholders going to say if we suddenly turn back to fossil fuel? And also our energy lending policy of 2019 as well really kind of put the marker in the sand for us. So that's, with respect to the acceleration, we very much see that there's kind of three components to that. The first is doing much more renewables, many more renewables. The second is on the demand side, bringing down, improving energy efficiency. And then also green innovation in clean technology as well. And in these three areas, we currently invest about 12.5 billion a year at the moment. And we can do more, and that's what we'd like to do to try and accelerate, as I say, away from where we are.
So on the all-important subject of COP, at COP26, EIB launched its first dedicated adaptation plan to support projects around the world. What are the bank's priorities in the lead up to COP27? What are some of your hopes? And looking back, what progress has been made since COP26?
With respect to adaptation, we want to kind of report on the progress that we've made. We launched the plan last year. We've been trying to maintain the momentum. For us, adaptation was really kind of built around the EU adaptation strategy. So it's about faster, more systemic and smarter adaptation. So faster is about effectively scaling up quicker. And for that, we've actually tripled our commitment to adaptation finance. Smarter is effectively about closing the data gap. So we've actually struck up a very powerful relationship with the European Centre for Medium-Range Weather Forecasting. So we're hoping to provide high-resolution climate data to our borrowers. And systemic is really about doing it beyond the single project. So we're starting to engage now with member states and countries outside the Union to look at their national adaptation plans. And hopefully we can bring a substantial amount of finance to help that along.
So now EIB also chairs the COP MDB group. It's a lot of acronyms all in one tiny sentence.
Yeah.
Can you give us a sense of the latest discussions, ways in which you're working together with other GFIs, and what lessons learned that can be applied for the wider development community?
In the MDB community, we talk regularly. I'm climate head for the EIB, and I mean, the latest discussions are essentially about the food and energy crisis and how the MDB community can support coming out of that. But also alongside that, the main topic of discussion is obviously climate and environment. And we're doing a lot this year. We hope to report on some of this at COP27. For example, we're looking at talking about the progress that we've made in the various Paris alignment methodologies, the different product types that we have, sector-based lending and so on, intermediated lending. We're going to update on where we are on the adaptation finance tracking methodology. And we've also spent quite some time and energy this year trying to build a concept around long-term strategy support facilities. So this is where the MDB collective would go in and sit alongside governments and help them really put some meat on the flesh of the bones of their long-term strategies, because actually only 41 countries, I think, have actually produced a long-term strategy, and this was actually a requirement of the Paris Agreement. So it's slightly concerning that that's not happened. So we want to try and bring our technical advisory support to bear there, and this is where donors will hopefully provide funds to a trust fund manager, and then the MDBs would actually do that work alongside the governments of the individual countries. Beyond that, we've had some very interesting discussions this year on nature and the environment. We're the EU Climate Bank, but that effectively means the EU Climate and Environment Bank. And we've talked about what is a nature positive investment, how can we better appreciate the value of nature, especially in the economic analysis work that we do for each of our projects. And so there's a lot of discussion going on. The DFIs, we have the Financing Commons Summit coming up in couple of weeks' time, and this is where we really try and get together with the public development banks and try and work better together and understand where the synergies are, look for how we can better tap the private market for private sector finance and so on. And then the lessons learned, really about partnerships. We work better as a collective, in my view, than apart, but we ought not to step on each other's toes, and working together, working in harmony, get a better result.
Well, thank you so much, Stephen. I really appreciate the insights on what the European Investment Bank is doing. So really thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Hello, we're just going to wait for them to get enough seats for our panelists. But yes, my name is Stephanie Beasley, and I cover global philanthropy at Devex, and I am going to be talking to a very esteemed panel about inclusiveness in philanthropy. All right, and so joining me on the stage, we have Anne Brigitte Albrechtsen, who also goes by AB, who is the CEO of the Lego Foundation. Next, we have William Moore, CEO of the Eleanor Crook Foundation. We have Lillian Chaig, Senior Advisor at Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors. And we do have a little switcheroo from Ford Foundation. Instead of Monica Alimon, we have Aparna Appaluri, hopefully I'm saying that right, who is the Acting Program Director for India, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. She's also a Program Officer for Gender, Racial, and Ethnic Justice at Ford. Thank you all so much for being here. So we're having this discussion about inclusion in philanthropy, and I want to go back to this moment about 2 years ago. We were in the middle of what we now know is a long pandemic, and there was this incident in the US, the murder of George Floyd, that sparked this global racial reckoning. And we saw lots of pledges and commitments come out, and I think within the philanthropy sector, there were questions about the role philanthropy could play in driving an agenda that really did center people from marginalized communities, women, LGBTQ people. And so I want to go back to that and sort of have everybody think about, how you were thinking about the role of philanthropy, what you thought maybe your organizations could accomplish, and what that looks like now. What have you learned in those 2 years about what you actually can do from the philanthropy sector on this issue, and what does that look like at your organization? And I'll start with you, William, since you're to my immediate right.
Is it on? Hi, everybody. Will Moore with the Eleanor Crook Foundation. Like most everybody, foundations, corporations, after the murder of George Floyd, we did send out that email with a list of things that we really felt like we could do to be a more equitable work environment, and use our immense privilege as a donor to promote equity and inclusion outside of our team at the Eleanor Crook Foundation. We have met most of those goals. This event was a good spur to go back and look.
And could you describe the goals you had?
Yeah, so I'll talk about a couple of them. The first one was to make our team more diverse, and that's the one that we are still working on, but we went back and looked, and 90% of our team is a member of at least one protected class, including myself as a gay man. But there's still other segments of our community, especially folks from the communities that we serve in Africa, that we'd like to see more represented on our team. In terms of another commitment that we made that I'm excited that we're following through with, I think we've done a lot of good work as a sector. When I say as a sector, as the international development sector that I work in, and I know there are folks here from other sectors, but a social goods sector, I think we've made a lot of progress in at least ensuring that minority candidates or potentially discriminated candidates from potentially discriminated against classes at least get considered for top jobs in this sector. Again, more work to be done there, but you look at even when I came into this sector 8 years ago to now, executive suites look different. And I think that's good, and we should keep doing that. Where I don't think we've focused nearly enough is early career opportunity. getting folks, recruiting folks from different backgrounds into this sector and making sure that they have the opportunity to start working in this sector. And so what we committed to doing was to providing scholarships for folks from historically Black colleges and universities to come into the international development sector. And we're following through on that commitment with the United Nations Foundation. I started my career as a UN intern. UN interns in this city, they work 12-hour days and they are paid $0. And we actually, our group of interns, we looked diverse. I mean, we had someone from Thailand, someone from China, someone from Venezuela, but the Thai woman on our team was a member of Thai royalty. The Chinese woman on our team was the daughter of a Chinese billionaire, and the Venezuelan guy on our team was the son of an ambassador. And that's, of course, how it's going to be if you have to live and work for free in one of the most expensive cities in the world. So we are excited to be rolling out these paid internship opportunities with the UN Foundation. And I want to make a plug for that because this is starting small for just a couple dozen positions. We want to get this up to at least 100 positions next year. So if any of you know other funders who would be interested in making those opportunities available for paid internships at the UN, please get in touch with us. We'd love to co-fund that with you.
Well, somebody could get a job there. So I want to turn to you, Aparna, because I know over at Ford Foundation, you all have really taken the lead. When people talk about diversity and inclusion, people often mention, to me at least, the Ford Foundation. And so I wonder if you could sort of talk about where you all were, I guess, in 2020, what your commitment looked like, and maybe how it looks to you now at the foundation.
Thank you. I'm Aparna Palluri from the India, Nepal, Sri Lanka office of the Ford Foundation. And I want to begin with myself a little bit. I think it's really reflective of the commitment and the courage of our leadership that here I am, a woman of color from the global South. English is not my first language. Here representing a global foundation that has really tried to center the values of DEI, but really, when we say diversity, equity, and inclusion, I think where Ford has really been different and has really built its public voice and narrative is around the meaning that it has attributed to these words. Like, what do we mean when we say diversity? What do we mean when we say equity? What do we mean when we say inclusion? Because we often know that these become checkbox terms. And I think where our leadership of our president and our leadership team has really invested in the last couple of years and even longer. And I think really, Stephanie, 2020, of course, was a huge racial reckoning in this country, but the pandemic hit also the whole world at the same time, where inequality, along the lines of race, gender, caste, and all other multiple forms of marginalization or oppression really were magnified. And so I think there are two different arenas in which I think that reckoning was taken very seriously. One is in the external work that we do through our grant making and our programming and our public voice and narrative, but also it was a moment of reckoning for us internally as to, are we on the inside what we aspire to be on the outside? Of course, there was the launch of our big social justice bond grant of $1 billion to really look at the rebuilding of civil society potential to be able to sustain and be resilient to respond to the issues of social justice and inequality. The launch of the Black Feminist Fund, which was a historic fund for Black women by Black women. And also just shortly before that, also the launch of the Foundation's first disability grant making allocation, recognizing that over 1 billion people in the world live with disabilities. So I think it really is, there was this very sort of broad scope of looking at what was happening outside. But 2020 was a moment of internal reflection and saying, what do we need to do to change ourselves internally to be able to do a better job externally? And I think there, the mantra of the disability rights movement, which is nothing about us, without us is something that began to really resonate with us, to really look at. So we did a staff survey, an anonymous staff survey, to really understand how is it that staff were feeling about DEI principles. And we launched on a very deep revisioning exercise, and have now sort of committed to looking at diversity as something that moves beyond representation to a deeper understanding, appreciation, and celebration of difference, really, to looking at equity as something that moves beyond fairness, to really pushing at the structures of power and looking at where decision-making power lies within the foundation, and who is it that's making those decisions on how and where resources flow. And inclusion is not just a principle of counting, but as something that really assesses the sense of belonging and welcoming for within our staff. And what we discovered that we weren't doing as well on those indicators as we would like to. So we're now on a 5-year exercise to actually rebuild these structures. And I think that has taken a lot of courage and commitment from our leadership to really invest and capacitate all of our staff to fine-tune, sharpen our own inner DNA as staff who work for a social justice foundation, to build both integrity and accountability, in how we function internally.
And I'm really glad that you mentioned too disability, disabled people who have disabilities, I should say, because I think that's something that is not often considered part of this discussion when you talk about diversity and inclusion. And another group, we heard here earlier today about how children were especially impacted by the COVID pandemic. And of course, the Lego Foundation focuses on children. And I know that you've also done some work on gender equality. So I wonder if AB, you could talk a little bit too about what it means to try to include children in these conversations, what diversity looks like for an organization that's focused on children, and how you're sort of going about that too, because I know you started at Lego in 2021, so you came after this whole reckoning. So yeah, what does it look like for you?
Maybe just start a slightly different place, but just to say that the conversation about diversity, equity, and inclusion looks and feels quite a bit different in Europe than it does in the US. It's not that we're not talking about it, but it shows up in quite a different place. And I think the conversation here in the US and in the UK has a similar feel, but when you then move into mainland Europe, it looks and feels quite different. Sometimes it feels as if it really needs a big wake-up call. And sometimes it also just feels like, well, our context is very different, and there's a learning journey that has to start in a completely different place. So when I look at the Lego Foundation today, we're on an internal learning journey. We're on a journey of re-examining how we show up as a funder, and also looking at what we fund. And for the Lego Foundation, the core dream of the future of learning and education is an inclusive system. It's a system where every child is at the center, no matter who they are, what their backgrounds are. We have this wonderful appreciation for how play in its essence, that's the superpower of children, how that creates interaction and appreciation and empathy and creativity, and kids don't see many of the barriers that we older people see, and there's something in the power of play that in and of itself makes a learning and experience environment a lot more inclusive. I'll give you an example. We work with a UK-based organization called Play Included, working with children with autism. And the sheer fact that you you change, for example, and we don't always use Lego bricks in our projects, but in this case we do, the sheer fact that you change the manual for building a Lego set so that two children can build, and where one sorts the bricks and one builds the bricks, and children with almost no language, and with the inhibitions of social engagement that comes with autism, all of a sudden those barriers break down, and play in itself helps the children become included, see themselves as included, see themselves as part of a bigger team. We've worked for years with children, some of the most marginalized and excluded children, which are children in crisis situations, in refugee camps, etc. So our programming in many respects has been way ahead of our internal learning and discovery journey. And that learning and discovery journey is one that we're on right now.
You know, that's a really interesting point that you brought up about the work you're doing, sort of being ahead of where you are internally. And I think that's an interesting question too. You know, how do you sort of approach diversity and inclusion in the work that you want to do, but also tackle it in-house? And I think, Aparna, you talked a little bit about that at Ford, but I think for a lot of foundations, not only do they have the issue of how this shows up in their grant making and the work that they're doing in the world, but how it shows up within their own teams and how people are feeling within their own teams. And one thing I'm sort of curious about, as somebody who's worked at places where there are all sorts of diversity and equity sort of initiatives, I've been on, like, you know, pipeline committees before. You know, I feel like a lot of times, a lot of this work will fall on the people who are in the marginalized communities, unpaid labor, because it's just in addition to the work they're already doing. And so I wonder if you all can talk a little bit about that, how you kind of create accountability and checks within your organizations to make sure that it's not happening, and how, you know, to make sure that people actually feel like that there are teeth to these commitments. So I guess I'll go back. Lillian, do you want to?
Certainly, I can jump in. Lillian Shege with RPA here. I'm so happy you asked that question, because of a woman of color, a person who's been perhaps the only in the room around the table for many, many years throughout my career. It's been lonely. And our approach at RPA to inclusion, diversity inclusion, has been, this is not just a practice. This is a value that has to be embedded throughout every aspect of our organization. So like what's been said, you know, the recent events shook us all to the core, shook us personally. And so at RPA, we've prioritized DEI, have made it beyond just really focusing and building out DEI, a solid DEI statement. It's a bold statement that is actionable. We have a committee, a DEI council, that actually holds us accountable and helps evangelize, and it's a council that has a budget, has an action plan, that so they can do, you know, undertake some activities. And when you talk about DEI as a value, and it has to be a value which has to be executed and embraced by everyone across the organization. So to help ensure that, we've embedded components of DEI principles in our performance management process. And so all of a sudden, this is a shared value. All of a sudden, we have allies in this journey. And some of us who've been at the fore can sort of stand back, and not stand back all the way, but just take a breath and have others, you know, pitch in. So that's how RPA has really tried to ensure that this is a shared value and not, like Aparna said, a tick the box exercise. It is embedded through our practice. In our DEI statement is actually serving as the bedrock for our strategic plan, with people and culture central to that agenda. So we are not just seeing this as something in black and white, something on a piece of paper. It is fundamental to our existence as an entity.
And so I want to continue with this sort of this theme of accountability. And I know, again, Aparna, you mentioned like a survey that was taking it forward. And I wanted to ask AB and Will a little bit about what you all are doing to sort of review both with your staff, but also with grantees. Like, how are you trying to make sure that they are feeling engaged by this and that their voices are included and that you're actually like, you know, creating equitable changes? I'll start with AB.
So we've recently adopted a new strategic plan. We've also baked inclusion, equity, and diversity into that. We've just created a new center for inclusion and recruited a senior leader from Ford Foundation, because we also feel that they have led the way, and maybe we can learn something from them. I think internally, one of our folks, we set targets for our staffing. We've brought on more diversity in our board. We've done different things, etc. But fundamentally, what we're trying to measure is well-being and safety, psychological safety. Every staff need to feel that they can show up as their whole self, and every aspect of their identity can come to the fore, and they don't have to feel worried about that. So for us, one of the ways of measuring diversity and inclusion in the workplace is to measure psychological safety and ask some really pointed questions of staff about how they feel when they come to work. The other thing that we've done, and we've you know, are constantly having feedback loops on how it's working, is every major or even minor change we make in the organization decision is co-created with staff. And sometimes you say that and it doesn't really happen, or sometimes you do things and you haven't quite walked the talk. But if you have constant feedback mechanisms, and you have whether it's your staff councils or value bearers in the organization, or speak up champions, or whatever it is you have in an organization that allow you to test it, you can constantly course correct. So the accountability loop also becomes an immediate feedback and saying, okay, oh gosh, we said something stupid again, or we did something, etc. Because we're all on a learning journey. This is not something you can put on a formula. You just have to exercise it all the time. Yeah, let me stop there. Put space for others.
Well,
yeah, I think for us too, internally, it's been a lot of conversations. To go back to what you said earlier about often it falling on people of color to sort of be the ones who are guiding the organization. We're a small team. We're under 15 people on our team. We're a young team. Our leadership team's a young team. We've been learning on the job about everything, and including this on our journey as a foundation. But when we were having some of those early conversations in 2021, we were discussing one of these issues about whether or not we were where we needed to be. I don't remember what exactly it was, but on a DEI issue. And we had a pause in the conversation, and one of the women of color on our team said, I feel like everyone's looking at me for the answer on this. And she was not part of our leadership team, but I think there was probably some truth to that. And that was a real learning moment for me. And after that, talked to our leadership team and said, you know, we can't be doing this that way. You're going to have to find an expert on this issue. We're going to need to do some benchmarking, make sure that we have what we need in place. We're not as big as some of these other organizations, so we couldn't hire a whole division. We don't even have a full-time HR person. But it did lead to us putting some more systems in place and bringing in some outside consultancy support. In terms of how we engage with our grantees, we have a non-discrimination and equity clause in all of our grant contracts, and we take that very seriously. And actually, we have terminated grants, big grants, because our grant managers observed dynamics that were not appropriate between management, HQ, Global North staff, and the local Global South staff that were really doing most of the work on the ground. So we do take it seriously.
I think that's really interesting. And sort of my follow-up to this is a question I've had about accountability still. But, a lot of this, I think, for members of our audience, this might be the first time they're hearing about some of the initiatives you all have, some of the things you're doing. And, philanthropy doesn't have watchdog agencies. It isn't something, it's not like the government, which of course I used to report on, where you would get like a big report and it's telling you all the ways in which they spent the money, et cetera, where they went wrong, where it went right. So I want to ask about, your transparency and how you plan to talk to the public about like what you're doing. How are you going to engage with them and show them that this is more than just, as somebody mentioned, a checkbox. This is something you all are actually doing. And I think I'll start with you, Aparna.
Thank you, Stephanie. So, I mentioned that survey because it was a very important tool, and we made sure that it was an anonymous survey to measure precisely what AB you were talking about, which is the psychological well-being and security that the staff feel, because I think that's a far better measure of how well your DEI is working, compared to just, do you have the right numbers, right? So I think that the public voice and narrative piece that I was talking about, I think we begin right at the top. In the matter of the last 5 years, we've seen our leadership team at Ford from being primarily men to having 7 out of 10 women leaders and 5 out of those 7 being women of color. And most of them are women with school-going children, right? So we're really talking about a younger, more diverse, women-led organization than we've ever had in the past historically. That's part of our public accountability. So, it's really beginning with walking the talk in that way. The second piece, I think, is the commitment that we had. Ford is a large organization. We have 10 offices across the world, Latin America, Africa, and Asia, and of course, our largest operation in the United States. But we did recognize that, fish can't see water. Like, we can't see our own problem. So it was important for us to bring on accompaniment to help us actually diagnose the problem. But this was an engagement that we went on this journey through a very dedicated steering process, which had thought leaders and value leaders within the organization who were accompanied by external support. And what that did was it actually built a very strong accountability framework internally within the organization, where we were also holding our external consultants, stakeholders accountable to a higher standard than if we just had left it to them, right, to just produce a report for us. Because this really was a values exercise. And I think so for us, given that, we're a philanthropy that also in some sense overall self-regulates. Of course, we're subject to regulatory principles in all the countries where we do our grant making, but our internal functioning is really very self-regulatory. And so there, I think that public accountability in terms of how our diversity is represented, how we interact with our grantee organizations. We also conduct a survey of our grantee organizations and seek feedback on how they have experienced working with us in terms of our inclusivity, the way that we have respected diversity, our proposal questionnaires for grants, which we have really simplified, actually have 2 questions that focus on DEI, but also recognize that for organizations that are small and stressed and are working in resource poor conditions, we need to also accompany them on these journeys and not put just the pressure on them to achieve these targets. So just having those 2 questions in this questionnaire has shifted a lot in terms of activating the way that grantee organizations think about DEI, and that's how. So, and we learn from them, and I think that's been our greatest source of learning is recognizing that the external work that we're doing sometimes is so much farther ahead than what we've been able to do internally. So there is this pipeline of knowledge that we're really trying to invest in and build, which then sort of integrates the integrity and accountability principle on which we're trying to build our DEI ecosystem.
I would certainly like to jump in here. Internally, we're doing a lot of similar. We're taking on a lot of similar initiatives. But at RPA, I've also seen us build out business practices such as fiscal sponsorship that actually address the organizations you just alluded to, organizations that have been marginalized from traditional funding purposes. We act as fiscal sponsors for individual for organizations that have to meet some benchmarks, because we are certainly accountable to the IRS and other regulatory bodies. However, we've seen how philanthropy can be democratized by building this out. And what that has required is for our own internal profile to also shift, because if you're going to start embracing and allowing organizations and projects to come in, you need staff that's culturally that has a cultural competencies, the knowledge, the incentive to really handhold some of our partners that don't have those structures, that don't have that bandwidth to sort of implement the work in the way our donors and our funder partners are expecting. So internally, I've seen a fiscal commitment and practices within RPA so that our DEI initiatives show up, not just internally, but show up in who we partner with, and what little steps we take to start helping move the agenda and the needle forward. So I just wanted to offer that.
Yeah, and I think I know we're getting close to time, but I think that's an interesting point too to talk about, like, partnerships and how you make sure these values are included in the partnerships. And Will, I was really interested in what you said about ending some relationships because of how your partner acted on in this area. And so I guess I want to sort of end by asking about, like, the evolution of diversity and inclusion. And we had a conversation here earlier today about, like, LGBTQ community and some of the unique threats that people in that community face. And it made me think about, how the conversation there has evolved. You have lots of conversations on social media about, the divide between generations about, like, non-binary and binary people, cisgender, like terms that people don't understand. Latinx was another big one that sparked controversy. So I think my question is, how do you keep evolving, as diversity and inclusion, what that looks like changes, and it changes based, of course, on where you are in the world. How do you leave space in an action plan to make room for these changes? I mean, 5 years from now, we could be talking about something else. So I'll start with you, AB.
I wish I fully knew, but I do think, the only way is to just keep interrogating the issue of power, and just constantly have it on the agenda. We have a lot of power of the purse of where we sit, where we are, etc. We need to turn accountability on its head. We've talked a lot about accountability as if it's accountability to you or whatever. For us, it's accountability to the children we serve, and then figure out, what does that mean? What tools do kids and their families need to hold us to account? Just to give you an example, we do a lot of research and data collection, etc. We are incredibly extractive. How do we find safe, smart technological solutions to put that back into the hands of kids so that they can use that data both to hold their own systems to account, but to hold us to account? How do we constantly create dialogue that centers around what those that we say we serve, what they truly want, rather than what we think they want? And that comes with all sorts of double and triple dimensions when you're talking about kids, because talk about an excluded body in our society, regardless of color, race, ethnicity, gender, whatever. We just don't take kids seriously, and most of the time they have a lot more answers to their particular problems than we do. So there's a whole mind shift in terms of, and listening to kids, just to end that will also keep us really smart about what's coming. Because they're leading the thinking on what good looks like.
Great. William, I'll go with you.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think it's going to take continuing to just keep this on the agenda in a very intentional way. And I really appreciate this panel. And I think we're just going to have to keep having these because everybody's got busy lives. We've all are trying to tackle really big problems. And it is easy to just kind of keep focusing day, and not think, where are we going on these DEI issues? So some of it I think is gonna have to be intentional. And on the LGBT stuff in particular, that's one where we are really not doing what we need to be doing in the international development sector. I mean, we still have atrocious issues happening to LGBT people in most parts of the world, very few protections, and it is not something that we like to talk about at the UN or in the State Department or at USAID. And it shouldn't be tolerated, just in the same way that we decided at some point that we weren't going to tolerate discrimination against women, regardless of local customs and beliefs. I think we need to do that with LGBT issues as well. I also think some of it is going to happen naturally from here because it's going to be what works. It's going to be what finally solves a lot of these problems. The issue that we're focused on, hunger and malnutrition, I mean, the people whose kids are dying of hunger or other preventable causes under the age of 2, these are the people that are the very most discriminated against in the world. And for a long time, we really just haven't brought them into the conversation. They haven't been part of the solution. They've been recipients, they've been passive, and we've thrown billions of dollars at that. And we've made some progress, but I don't think we're gonna get the second half of the way there by continuing to do it that way. And what's gonna work is going to be finding these more inclusive approaches. So for instance, for us at the Eleanor Cook Foundation, probably the biggest change in our strategy over the next few years is going to be moving away a lot of our program funding from large international organizations and really embedding in a series of focus countries and getting to know local partners and supporting those local partners in government and civil society directly, rather than just assuming it's happening with the global institutions that we're funding. So I think it's going to be what gives us results. So it's going to be what we do.
Great. I know we are standing between people and their cocktails, but I wanted to give you all an opportunity, Lillian and Aparna, if you had any thoughts on this, the future.
I think Will stole my thoughts. I just want to leave us. We have to be comfortable with the discomfort. We must keep having these really difficult conversations. So many people have been marginally excluded from this space. We need to open our minds, we need to open our hearts, and we just need to be talking to those whom we have not engaged with in the past. I would also like to add that the power dynamics are also shifting. This space is getting it's getting bigger and broader. We have high net worth individuals, we have corporations, we have private foundations. Those who have been traditionally deemed most influential are also now being challenged. So I feel like organically, as Will said, things are starting to shift. And just be open and be comfortable with constantly revisiting, recalibrating as you learn, because shame on us if we don't change once we know that we need to do better. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Just, quick last word. I think, yes, we have to examine power, dismantle power, but also really look at how we build power and who builds that power, who makes the decisions about where and how that power is built. And I think that's the balance that we're going to have to strike, in our external work and in our grant making, moving towards more participatory grant making approaches, changing the look and feel and color of how we look internally and how we activate our own internal resources. But most importantly, I think really understanding that it's the binaries that are going to keep breaking down, and so the relationship between identity and power will always be shifting, and we can't rest.
Great. Well, thank you all so much for all your thoughts on diversity inclusion. I want to welcome my colleagues, Kate and Colin Lynch, to the stage for closing.
Well, that was a fascinating discussion, a great one to end our day on. So I wanted to officially introduce our newest DevXer, Colin Lynch. He is new to DevX. He's probably not a new name to many of you if you followed his work at FP and Washington Post before, nor are you new to this UNGA madness,
No, unfortunately.
but maybe new to looking at it through a new DevX lens. So Colin, could you just quickly talk about what your impressions of this week has been so far, and how you're seeing the conversations and anything that stood out for you?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing was the difference in terms of focus from the US, the developing world, France, UK, the US, focusing this on sort of the geostrategic struggle with Russia and trying to get the world to kind of rally behind their position. And then I think a lot of sense from the developing world that there was a need to sort of focus on some of the issues of failures to meet obligations, commitments that the developing world has made on commitments from the SDG to climate, to food security, and a whole list of other issues. So I think there was a certain amount of tension in there, and also just, it was just interesting to see people back sort of in person. We've been, like everybody else, isolated over the last couple of years with the pandemic. So, I mean, I think that was the biggest sort of takeaway, and sort of gradually getting back into the swing of things here.
And so you will be continuing to cover the UN and all the institutions around it for DevX. What are the stories you're going to be looking for? What can we expect to see coming out with your byline?
So in the past, I mean, my background is kind of national security diplomacy, but I've also written pretty intensively on UN institutions and other institutions, including involving development. And basically, the whole approach is to sort of really look very closely at the institutions, but also to find stories that make it worth reading about it. So, I've written stories, really deep dives on obscure UN agencies, OIOS, if any of you know who that is. That's the internal investigation outfit for the UN. I've written thousands of words on that. So I will be looking to do that at some of the institutions, looking closely at UNICEF, UNHCR, FAO. I've written sort of stories about the geostrategic struggles between China and the US at the FAO, sort of focused on the last campaign for Chinese leadership of the FAO and sort of how the US managed their campaign. So I will try and find stories that are just inherently readable, interesting, and try to illuminate sort of more obscure elements for a broader readership on some of these institutions. So less on the JCPOA and WMD and a bit more on some of the development operations at the UN, but really looking for stories.
Well, we look forward to reading those. And if you aren't subscribed to DevX Newswire or other newsletters where you can read Colin and all the other reporters reporting, make sure you do so. We also, a little plug, have a email book coming out at a discount to our DevX Pro membership to make sure you get access to all of our insights. But we are wrapping up today. I do want to give a special thank you to all of our partners, again, who helped make this possible, help make our reporting possible. So our innovation partners, Accenture, European Investment Bank, Illumina, Medtronic Labs, PIND, Pfizer, OneSite, Essilor Lexicta Foundation, Visa, and USP, and our ecosystem partners that hosted events with us in the mornings, ANZ, Bechtel.org, Circle, FinDev Canada, MSD for Mothers, Pollination, Sabin Vaccine Institute, Stop TB Partnership, and the World Food Program USA. And then, of course, our reception partners, which we're just about to begin, Illumina and Food for the Hungry. Food for the Hungry is our reception partner for today. So thank you, and you can thank them. They have a lot of their team members here for helping provide the drinks and beverage we're about to have. Also, our supporting partner, Micronutrient Forum. We do have a lot more DevX events in the pipeline, so keep an eye out for those. We'll have DevX Invested in London in October. We'll be at COP in Sharm el-Sheikh in November. We'll be in San Francisco for our Health and Tech Conference. And for the first time, we will actually be at South by Southwest, where we are doing a DevX Dish event. So stay tuned for all of those. Thank you for everyone who joined online. We appreciate your involvement. All of our other events will also be online. And for all of you in the room,
please stay for reception. But first, I would like to welcome to the stage Mark Fiso, who is the president of Food for the Hungry, to say a few words. Thanks, Mark.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Devex, for a great 2 days. We made it, the end of the 2 days. It's a real delight to be able to, in a minute, invite you all to a reception in the back. But even more so, a great privilege to have been part of the conversations this last week here in New York, after 3 years of all of us being away, and even more than that, to participate in the conversation here with you all and at Devex. You know, as I reflect back and think of the things we've heard over this week, the state of the world can seem sobering, if not dire. You know, it seems like we are increasingly having more complex, interdependent challenges and problems that would leave us despondent. But at the same time, we exist in a time of great abundance and prosperity, and most encouragingly, a rapidly emerging and converging set of new technologies that create an opportunity, a promise of solutions that just a few years ago we would have been unthinkable, unimaginable. And so my hope is that as we, each of us collectively and individually, confront both the challenge of the state of the world and the opportunities that we have, that we would recognize and affirm that broken systems and structures and dynamics perpetuate an imbalance, an equitable imbalance of power that creates and has caused and exacerbates poverty, injustice, and marginalization. And that we have an opportunity, as we still stare in the face of this well-known $3 trillion gap between achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in just a little more than 7 years, to challenge ourselves to reimagine collectively and individually what we do and how we do it, to think and act differently, to find a way to do more with what we have so we can achieve those collectively affirmed goals. For Food for the Hungry, as our name suggests, we have over 50 years of experience and commitment to food security, sustainable agriculture, nutrition, and we do lots of other things: humanitarian response, livelihoods, education, water, social behavior change. But we at Food for the Hungry have decided to challenge ourselves to reimagine what our role will be going forward in this increasingly complex world, and to challenge our assumptions and to look at how we would add value differently in different ways. So we've decided to adopt resilience as the organizing lens to see our role for our programming and how we would add value. To do that, we're trying to put those we serve, our users, we heard that earlier today, at the center of all we do, and hopefully catalyze ownership so they can own their future. And we're using human-centered design as a way to challenge ourselves to do that. We're embracing systems thinking to understand how do we restore broken systems and structures so that ultimately we can catalyze sustained shared resilience, so that people are whole, people are vibrant, people are capable, so that we can adapt to predictable and, even more importantly, unpredictable challenges that are ahead of us. We haven't figured it out, which is why we're so grateful to have been here this week and with you all these last 2 days at Devex, so thanks for having us. But our hope is that as we move forward, we'll fail, but we'll pick ourselves up and figure it out collectively with you all. So in the back, before you grab your drink, there are a couple of quizzes for you to take. And if the drink isn't prize enough, there's a little prize of these little glowing things. If you get 3 answers right, it's an honor system, I think. We might have umpires around, I'm not sure, but you can take that gift home. But before we do that, I have the privilege of being able to introduce the Executive Director of SDG2 Advocacy Hub, Paul Noonan, who leads an organization, initiative that is collaborating with a diverse set of actors, from NGOs to the UN to private sector, farmers, chefs, to discover and build powerful ways to achieve SDG 2, overcoming hunger, ending malnutrition. Paul.
Well, thank you. And I am aware that I am right between you and a glass of wine. So I'm going to be brief, but hopefully we're going to encourage conversation, because That's what this is all about. It's about hearing from one another, getting perspectives, and then connecting dots. And one of the things that we realize is that food is an ultimate connector. It connects us in so many different ways. We come together around tables, we look at traditions, we look at culture, we enjoy food, we celebrate, we laugh, we share. And this is what we need in our world at the moment, is coming together. That's one theme that I've seen, connecting things, connecting climate, connecting the food crisis, connecting some of the different challenges we face, but then overcoming them through a framework. At the SDG2 Hub, one of the things we believe in is the power of chefs to curate conversation and to drive action on a plate. I was with Sam Cass, who was the head of food policy at the White House and the chef for the Obamas just this morning, and he was talking about the fact of how you can bring together something practical and do something on a plate. You can bring forward the future that you want to see. And the Chef's Manifesto is a framework that connects chefs to the SDGs. You can look it up. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but what I am going to do is invite one of the chefs that's been active in our program, Chef Grace Ramirez, who is based here in New York. And Chef Grace has been super active in this program. But what I love about Chef Grace, and you can tell me, you can talk and tell us quick reflections, is she listens, hears, writes notes in these meetings, and then goes away and does it. And we've been talking about an idea about trying to increase bean consumption globally that we want to launch later this year. And Chef Grace took it and she went, beans, I can get people to eat more beans. And she's already delivering a project that's having massive impact. So I'm going to ask her, she's an ambassador for World Central Kitchen, been very active in the response here in New York City. But just a couple of quick reflections, and then we'll go head up the back, we'll grab some wine, and people can come and follow up.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, we're very aware that everyone wants wine at this point. But I think that the biggest message for me, I think that we go to a lot of these conferences and we hear a lot of problems, right? And how do we come up with solutions? It's my thing. I'm all about a problem solver. So usually Paul says, we have a problem, we need to make the world consume more beans. And I'm like, okay, I can do that. And for example, I partner with Wellness in the School, an organization here in New York City, to basically incorporate beans, but that are delicious and culturally relevant to our culture. Obviously, I'm Latina, but it was like, how can I make a delicious bean that can be scalable and that it's culturally relevant to us? So we're incorporating that in the school system, but then I also partner with Aramark, and we're going to be we are in 80 universities across the country where we also incorporated beans, and it's crazy because I taste the beans and they're like my grandmother's beans. So I think we're gonna really hit that mark of duplicating bean consumption. Single-handedly, I've been doing that, but I think that the biggest message for me here is we all know we have a lot of problems in our food system, but it is to each individual person, and that's what we're talking about today, to become a conscious consumer. It starts not only with us chefs, but you guys have the buying power. You guys need to become conscious consumers into really understanding that we need to move towards a future where we understand seasonality, where we understand sustainability, and we are understanding the problem and are trying to be part of the solution. Because, if I go to a restaurant and I'm going to demand that branzino that comes from Italy, it's very hard for us chefs to do our job. So I think that, we have a job to educate the consumer, but also the consumer has a very important role to become a little bit more educated and really move the needle of because we know we're in trouble, but I'm hopeful always. And I think that we just have to, be part of the solution.
Well, thank you, Chef Grace. And I do think this is a two-way. I would encourage you all, when you go out for dinner next, ask for the chef to come out and say hello. Ask them what they care about. What are they working on? This will bring more people into the conversation, and the chefs should be doing that as well. And so I think if we do this, really helps drive a transformation in the food system. So I just want to say thank you to Food for the Hungry, to Devex, and all the other partners for having us here. Please go make sure you see the quiz. I'm going to go down there and see if we can answer some of those questions and enjoy a glass of wine. Please come up and have a chat with Chef Grace or myself if you want to find out more about the work that we do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.